Hello, hello. What's up, gamers? Welcome to the stream today. Assembles or scatters in chat, whichever you prefer. I'm doing good, Nilmi. Thank you for asking. How are you today? It's going to be a chill stream today. We have just a couple of things planned. I don't think we have any crazy news to talk about or anything like that, unfortunately. Nothing super exciting going on. Let me just double check real quick, but I don't think there is any. Nope, there's no new cards or anything like that, so we got nothing going on with that. How's Charlie doing? Charlie's doing good. Charlie's doing all good. Woke me up a little early this morning, but it's fine. But yeah. All right. Well, let's warm up. We're not skipping the warm up today, but let's get started so we can do all the other wonderful things we're planning to do today. We have the rest of the exclusives from Blazing Dominion. Yeah, but like those came out so long ago that I don't even feel like it's, and honestly, there's nothing too exciting there. Well, but if you want to, because technically you're right, I haven't looked at them on stream yet. We can talk about them real quick after the warm-up. Let me just find them real quick, but I don't think, at least from what I remember, there's nothing too crazy, but yeah, you're right. Blazing Dominion OCG Imports, Blazing Dominion remaining world premieres. Okay, yeah. They're interesting. Okay, maybe I'm underrating some of them. We can talk about that in a second. Let's warm up first, and then yeah. Sold on Cool Tune for Master Duel. I'm pretty sure it's probably the best deck, and I mean, I don't know exactly what's gonna come out until the thing. Incantation, which is this one? This is Pensive Plume. No? Oh, then it's one of the spells. It's in Inception? Is this Caesar by any chance? No, but it is a DDD. I'm pretty sure about that. Oblivion. I have seen this. I'm not sure if it's a Speedroid. It is a Speedroid. Okay. Yeah, but I wouldn't have known its name anyways. Ooh, you also feel familiar. Yeah, that's a worm. Illidan. Worm Illidan. This could be Fossil Dig or Fossil Excavation. No. How is it not Excavation? Unit? Oh, is it Trap Disposal Unit? Ah, okay. Right, that was the other possibility. A Blackwing? Why would you give me a Blackwing when we're already not on great pace? That's rude. Dude, okay, today's tough. What the hell is this? Cybersal Cyclone. Ah. Fake fan. What the hell is going on? How about like a card I've seen before? Okay, this is Gishki Photo Mirror. I think it's Photo Mirror. Yeah. Oh, dude. Who the hell are you, man? Seven Swords Warrior. Caligo Clawcrow. Cybers? What? Click Clown. But what are we doing, man? We don't even have 100 points in almost 4 minutes. What kind of warm-up is this? This is something Skull Servant related. White baking. Hey, we have 100 points. Let's go. That was the goal for today, right? Right? This is Synchron Resonator. Nope. I tried. Galactic Charity. Mega Fleet. Psychic Life Transfer. Blast with Chain. Okay, maybe Comeback Time. Despair from the... Is it Despair from the Dark? No. It's the small version of Despair from the Dark. Fear from the Dark. Yeah. Is it Assembled Nightingale? Or it is the Lyrilusk. Independent Nightingale. Ooh. Saber Vault? No, it's not Saber Vault. It's something X Saber though, but I'm gonna skip it. I don't know what it's called. Saber Reflection. Oh, wait, that's Sprite Elf. Isn't it? Yeah. Iris Sword Soul. Combo Fighter? No, it is something. Combo Master? They got multiple. Yeah, Master. Oh, Blessing? No, Sewing. That's the name. Not Blessing. I have no idea. Tsuchigumo. Oh, that's a Mayakashi? Really? Volcanic Rat. Mm, mm. Alice, Lady of Lament, right? What's going on here? Oh, Xyz Universe. Yeah. Spellbook Priestess. Oh, is this Discord? We had this before. Flamvel Shaman. Yeah. No. Oh, I've seen this guy. Something Undertaker. Magical Undertaker? No. Tore apart. Oh, that's a different card than I thought it was. Obviously. I feel like this is a cubic, but I have no idea. V-Jump. V-Jump the cubic seed. Okay, it is a cubic. I have no idea. Rainbow chest or something? No. Variety comes out. Ryu Kishin Howard. Yeah. What is this? This is the field spell for Evil Eye, isn't it? Yes. Aridolia. Oh, this is Tenny Vessel. Sword Trooper. I don't know. Aiza, the Hidden Star. Pendulum Switch. Brian, welcome back. Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Oh, this is the thing. I recognized it too late. Neptune. This is, dude, what is this called? Yeah, dude, I've seen it. Order to charge. Yeah. Is this Nessie? No. Oh, okay. That's going. Oh no, that's not what I thought it was. Oh, it's Entis. Salamangrate Sanctuary. Okay, we're Galaxy Eyes. Galaxy. This is one of the extra deck monsters, like Cypher. Cypher Blade. Yeah, one of the rank up thingies that you can do in that deck. Mecha Power Tool, Braver Dragon. It's something Power Tool. Braver. Airbellum. Ancient Warrior. If it's not double Dragon Lords, I have no chance. I don't know what any of the others are called. This is old. This is Legendary Fisherman. OG. This is Psychokinesis. No? Psychic Fervor. Okay. Summoner Monk. This is a Morphage something. Infection. I don't know what's going on here, but it looks kind of badass. Owl of Luck. This is the Armageddon Knight, but for light monsters. I think it's Dawn Knight. No, Altitude. Altitude. This is another Evil Eye card. This might be the Cerziel. This Cerziel, they got this one too. This one. Dude, unironically, I know you guys are going to say washed, but after how bad the start was, it feels pretty good to still get to 800. The first few minutes were kind of washed, but the last couple were pretty good. This is Scrapyard. Well, that's all right. It was a good comeback. 800 points after that start is not bad. Genuinely, it's not bad. All right. Well, Rongo Miniad, and we are looking for low attack points, higher defense than 1500, newer than 2015, less than level 4. Do any of the Adamantipator thingies work here, or are they all level 4? Researcher technically works. Oh, a tuner. Okay. We're looking for a level 3 tuner with probably 0 attack. Probably 0 attack. Maybe it could be 50, I guess. And we are looking for 1600 defense to 2000 defense. Oh, wait, dude. Oh! Please don't be Ash Blossom. Not in this game. Oh, okay. Okay, what is it then? It is Mourner, right? It wasn't Mourner! Bell? No. It's gotta be water? Oh, it's Dogwood. Ah, okay. Dogwood. Yeah, I didn't watch the year close enough for Mourner. Dude, could you guys sort all of the Ghost Sisters by release date off rip? I mean, I guess we just have a lot of hints here, but I think I would have confused some of them. I know Ghost Ogre was the first one. I'm pretty sure Ash was the second, right? I think Ash was the second. When did Bell come out? Was Bell 2018? Is Bell before Dogwood? Bell was the third. Okay. Because, for example, I asked the question. Oh wait, no, Cherries. When did Cherries come out? Was Cherries? Wait, no, Cherries was before Ash, wasn't it? I think Cherries was before Ash. Cherries is 2016. Okay, so the order is Bell, Cherries, Ash. No, not Bell. Ogre, Cherries, Ash, Bell, Dogwood, Mourner. Dude, the fact that Mourner is the newest one, kind of, I don't know why, but it feels wrong to me. It feels wrong to me that Mourner is supposed to be the newest Ghost Sister. That feels weird to say. Is Cherries technically the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card? Why? Why would it be? Like, what do you mean by technically? Because you need to play the targets for it? Or what? Well, Santa Maria, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for 30 months of support. Appreciate you. Okay. Well, anyways, warm up out of the way. And as you guys asked a moment ago, we can take a quick look at some of the announcements that were made a couple of days ago that I actually haven't looked at yet. Now, for most of this, it's probably not going to be like news for anyone watching right now, but I guess we can still talk about it real quick because these cards were all revealed a while ago. I believe it was from the content creator openings. I just wasn't live over the course of the weekend, so we technically haven't talked about this yet. But just really quickly, a few things. So we've had a couple of confirmations on imports and also TCG exclusives for Blazing Dominion. So there's just a few things we can just talk about real quick. We have a level 7 vanilla tuner, which I suppose in the time of Primite and everything is something that could matter at some point, but obviously it's a vanilla, so nothing much to talk about here. I'm not sure if this is even a niche. Dark Dragon Tuner, normal level 7. Maybe it's new. I know Labradorite Dragon existed, but that was level 6. So maybe level 7 opens up some stuff. And then we have... these are not new cards. These are not TCG exclusives. These are imports. So these are all cards that at some point we will already have reacted to these. But Miracle Ejector is hero support. I think it has something to do with... like, this is like circular for Neospatians. It's actually a pretty good card. But it does require you to play Neospatians in your deck, which is typically a downside. So, but there's just more tools for hero decks, I suppose. And I believe, if I can tell from the picture, it looks like it's a super rare in Blazing Dominion. We have Flame Tongue the Burning Blade, which is a Link to Fire that needs 2 fire monsters, which is also a super rare in Blazing Dominion. I don't know that. I don't even remember. It's hard to read on this thingy here, but it's. I don't think it was a terrible card, but at the same time, it's been out in Master Duel forever, and it's not really been doing anything. So I guess we get the import now, but I don't think it matters too much. Then we have Subspace Battle, which I believe this is the funny one that we've reacted to at some point. This is the one where you like reveal a monster from your deck, and then you compare, and you do it 3 times. And like, yeah, it's a funny card, but it's not good per se. There's very few things you can do with it, but it's a funny card, and I think that's a common. And those are all of those. But then we also have a couple of actually new cards. These are our TCG exclusive cards that are not part of the what's it called, GMX archetype, because we've already looked at those. And we've also already looked at Shade the Obscure. These are the other cards that we're getting. So, Gaming Gamer GG is the first one here, which is a rank 4 Earth machine with a funny name. 2 level 4 machine monsters, 2600 attack, so not the weakest for a rank 4 actually. If this card is special summoned, you can change all monsters your opponent controls to attack position. If your opponent has a monster in the field or graveyard, you can detach a material from this card, send a machine monster from your deck or extract to the grave, then you can apply this effect. Choose a machine exceed monster in your grave, and this card's name becomes that monster's name until the end phase. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card, I think, on a surface level, reads pretty well. Like, you know, being able to send a machine monster from your deck to the graveyard, or even from the extra deck, which is somewhat interesting. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with the copying the name thing, right? I don't know exactly what that's supposed to do. Oh, it does make infinity. Oh, that's actually interesting. You sent Nova. So you can basically make Infinity with a rank 4 now in machine decks. Okay. You can do this turn 1 with the new schedule. Okay, so do you guys, is this more so just generic Earth machine support rather than actual, like, because the current machine deck that's kind of been coming out is like some of the stuff is RB support, I think. Does this help RB much, or is it mainly just Earth machine good stuff? Because I was thinking, like, my initial reaction to this card was it reads pretty well, but at the same time, you have to consider that you are competing 2 level 4 machine monsters. You are competing with Gear Gigant X. And Gear Gigant X is a pretty good rank 4 for machine decks, right? That's a tough one to go up against. So if you go through the motions of making a rank 4 machine with 2 machine monsters, you know, Gear Gigant X is a pretty good card. It's pretty hard to compete with that. But this actually, now that you say it, the ability to copy the monster in the graveyard, the fact that you can make like Infinity with this, or even, I believe, isn't there something that you can do with Gustav Max as well? Because you guys are saying it. You can rank up Gustav Max into, like, what is it, Juggernaut, the even bigger one. That could also be a thing. I just noticed it needs to be 2 machines rip, no generic rank 4. I mean, I think that's good. I think if this card was a generic rank 4, it would be problematic, because then essentially, I mean, okay, it's only if your opponent has a monster on field or grave. So, which is important because this is not exclusive to going second. This can also work going first if you get hand trapped. So I think this is like, in some ways, this is really powerful if you can make Infinity with this. But if it was generic, I think it'd be pretty problematic. Like, if it was generic, all of a sudden you Ash a Mitsurugi card and then they summon Infinity on you. So I'm pretty sure this card it's good that this card is machine locked, but it's actually a better card than I thought because of the Infinity application. I mean, we all know how powerful Omni Negates are, so being able to make Infinity with a rank 4 is pretty busted. It does require triple extra deck slots though, right? You need to play this card, you need to play Infinity, and you need to play Nova. So it's three extra deck slots. But if the deck is already playing Infinity anyways, then, you know, it's not that big of a deal. The new Gustav Max can negate monsters and his 5k attack. That also seems pretty good. What is this name, by the way? I don't know. I think it's funny. I don't know why they made it, but I think Gaming Gamer GG is a funny name. I don't mind it. All right, next up, we have an ultra rare card. While this is just a common as it looks, we have a new fusion monster, which is Fata Dragna, which is a level 5 wind dragon. 2 monsters with the same type and attribute, but different levels. 2 monsters with the same type and attribute, but different levels. Okay, so in terms of Super Poly... this doesn't really give you anything new, right? Because this is what you would already do. You can already make Garura, right? And Garura is pretty good, but okay, let's see the effect. Your opponent cannot target fusions you control with card effects. Okay, well, that's kind of like Garura. Like, it's like Mud Dragon, but with Garura materials. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a fusion summon, you can special summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck in defense position, but negate its effects. Also return to the extra deck during the end phase. Also, for the rest of the turn, you cannot special from the extra except fusions. You can only use this effect once per turn. It's a crazy super duper poly target, heavy poly target. Hold up. Doesn't heavy poly banish? Because this does have to go to the graveyard, right? Yeah, heavy poly banishes. So heavy poly does not help, but what about super duper polymerization? Super duper polymerization. Pay 2,000, target an effect monster on the field, special a monster from your extra deck with the same type and attribute but a different level, then apply one of these effects. Fusion summon using the spell. Oh, yes, this does make sense. So this is a wind dragon. So what are we targeting with this? Which wind dragon? Is it the crystal wing? Isn't this like a... Yeah, they want you to target the clear wing level 7, right? And that, because they combined those, right? I remember it's been a while, but I think they combined like the Predaplant stuff with the Clearwing stuff into one deck. Like you're supposed to play both together, I think. So this makes a lot of sense in that deck because that's what I was thinking, right? My first instinct when I read a card like this, like a generic fusion monster, is like, okay, how good is this with super polymerization? And if you just think about super polymerization with this card, I think it's not that great because it's just basically a more situational Garura. Like in most cases, Garura is just solid and Garura will draw you a card and that's really good. That's really easy to get. You get that effect when you link it off, when you fuse with it, when you synchro with it, when it dies by battle, whatever. Anyway, Garura hits the graveyard, you get to draw a card. This, of course, summoning a monster from your extra deck is sometimes better than drawing a card. However, having to use it as fusion material is going to be a lot harder than sometimes using like Garura to link with it or whatever, right? And it does lock you into fusion. So basically, it's maybe sometimes a better super poly target than Garura in a fusion deck, if we're just talking about super poly. But most of the time, Garura is going to be better. It could be interesting when you're windlocked. That is a good point. If you're playing Super Poly in Radiant Typhoon, for example, there is a world where you play this card because let's say you activate Crocea earlier on in the turn or Megala and you're locked into winds and then later on you want a Super Poly. That is a good point. This being a wind monster could actually come up in something like Radiant Typhoon. So that's not a bad point. However, where this card could potentially be better than Garura is in context of super duper polymerization, which now that I think about it, that's what it's here for, right? That's obviously why they made it, because this card is also coming out in the same set, right? This is not meant to be a better super poly target than Garura. This is just meant to be like a super duper poly material when you play the new Predaplant deck, which I'm not sure, by the way, if this solves like a big problem in the deck, if this is something that they desperately needed, like a good wind dragon to summon with super duper polymerization. Maybe it is, but it sounds like a pretty neat tool to have if the deck wants to incorporate this card anyways. So, okay, more interesting than I thought once again. And I'm happy we're talking about these, even though they're a couple of days ago. But I personally, when I read these cards for the first time, I didn't really have that much time to think about it. I didn't really have the context. But with context of what you actually do with these cards, they do seem a little bit better than what I thought. So, okay. Then we have Genia of the Ring, or Genia of the Ring, 1850. I would be surprised if it wasn't a Fairy Tale support, also a spellcaster. If this card's in your hand, you can target a face-up monster on the field, special summon this card. Also, that target becomes a spellcaster. The next time that target would be destroyed by card effect this turn, it is not destroyed. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except spellcaster monsters. If this card is tributed or banished to activate a spellcaster monster's effect, you can add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect of Genia once per turn. Okay. So essentially a free spellcaster extender, locks you into spellcasters, but fine. If it's tributed or banished to activate a spellcaster effect. Okay, so my boomer head is immediately thinking of Fairy Tale Snow, of course. If this card is banished for Snow, you get it back to your hand. However, at the moment, I don't know how relevant this is because Snow is banned in the TCG. I think if we get a ban list, there's a chance that they bring Snow back for this deck, but no idea. Searchable by Luna. It is searchable by Fairy Tale Luna because of the stats. So it makes Fairy Tale Luna... Was it not a starter beforehand? Wasn't there like another new Fairy Tale that you can search with Luna? I feel like we talked about this already. that Fairy Tail Luna already has a good target now. But yeah, it technically is searchable with Luna. Yes, but Luna is not once per turn. Fair enough. Yeah, if you got multiple ways to summon it, then you have another target to search. Yeah. It seems all right to me. It doesn't seem crazy though. It doesn't seem bad. I mean, how can a card like this that definitely isn't bad, right? It just summons itself from hand for free and has a way to go back into your hand if you use it for cost, right? It's a solid card at least. The question is just, is this type of card good enough to see play? Because once again, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards like this are in a weird spot when they are not a starter, not non-engine, and more like in this realm of like, well, situational extender kind of card, right? And I think that's maybe the problem of this card, is that it's not really important enough to actually warrant playing it, but it still is neat. Yeah. All right, Checker. This is a card I've seen peeps go crazy on socials about, because he's been very excited for this for RB. Cannot be normal summoned if you control a monster. You contribute this card, special summon a machine monster from your deck whose attack equals its own defense. Return it to the hand during the end phase. You can banish this card from your grave and discard a card, special an Iron Rubble token, but it cannot be used as material for fusion, synchro, or link summon. You can only use each effect once per turn. So essentially, this is a Lone Fire Blossom for machines with attack and defense, the similar attack and defense, which is neat. But I think the most important thing for RB in particular is that it finally is a way to discard some of your bricks. Most importantly, what was it called? Lambda Blade? Lambda Blade was really annoying to draw because you had no good way to get it out of your hand, like, efficiently. And this is a one-card combo, because this is also one thing that I was missing when I read this card for the first time. I was confused as to what you're supposed to do with the Iron Rubble token, because it can't be used for anything. I believe what you do in most combos with this card is you make that token and then you use that token as fodder for Clockwork Knight, because Clockwork Knight is like, hold up. Clockwork Knight has the effect of, you can target a machine with 1000 or less attack in your grave, tribute a machine monster, except this card, and if you do special summon that target. So you can basically convert that token back into a body that you can actually use, right? So that makes this card a lot better, is the existence of Clockwork Knight, right? So this is not bad. Once again, not a bad card for all kinds of different Earth Machine decks that have a card with attack equaling its own defense. So not a bad TCG exclusive on that one. Then we've got Rustin Mammoth, level 5 Earth Machine, 2100 attack, 2100 defense. So technically a target for this card, I suppose. If this card's in your hand, you can banish machine link monsters from your extra deck whose combined link rating equals exactly 5. Special summon this card. Wait, you can banish 5 Sky Strikers with this. You can target one card you control and one card your opponent controls, return them to the hand. This is a quick effect if this card is linked to a link 3 or higher machine link monster. This feels like RB support the most, but this also doesn't feel great to me unless there is a benefit to banishing those cards from your extra deck. Like, I just don't feel like this is a good card unless you can banish something with it that actually does anything, which at the moment, I am not aware of any machine links that when you banish them do anything. But of course, if there was even a just any link monster that does even the smallest thing, it would be completely insane if you could just do that for free, right? Like if there was like even if there was like a machine monster that would like give you a token or something, right? When it's banished, this card would be completely insane. So this is the kind of card that, even though I don't think it's very good right now, has really big potential for the future. Like if they ever make a machine link monster that says, hey, if I'm banished, you get a token, then this card all of a sudden is completely crazy. This does bounce any card though. Yes, but once again, similar as to what I said about the Genia card, this card is only good if you can already play the game, right? This is not a starter. This is like an okay extender, but it also does cost you some extra deck resources to even extend with the card, and it makes your end board a little bit better if you can already play the game. And quite frankly, in RBs, as gimmicky as RB might seem, like the RB end board is strong enough. The RB deck, if you can combo, is definitely good enough. It doesn't need another bounce at on its end board. Like, it's completely fine if the deck combos, it probably wins, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah. But yeah, it's not a bad card. And then we have Officiating Reverie, which is a level 6 Dark Zombie effect monster. So this could be support for like the zombie Call of the Haunted archetype. If this card's in your hand, you can discard one other card, special summon this card. If an Xyz monster is sent to the grave while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card, special a zombie from your grave. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can target a zombie Xyz you control, attach this banished card to it. You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, I think this card is meant to work with the zombie Call of the Haunted deck, because I know that deck is also Exceed focused. Seems like an okay card. Yeah, I don't hate it. Extender from hand by discarding, which in zombie decks usually you have a couple of cards you can discard without worrying about it too much, so that's all right. But all things considered, it doesn't seem so good to me that it makes up for how mediocre the Call of the Haunted deck is, right? Like, it's also level 6, which is good for the Call of the Haunted deck, because level 6 is what you want. But I don't think if it makes up for how mid that deck is, unfortunately, is my personal view on it. The card is fine. It gives you some nice grind game. The problem is, like, the problem with this effect is that it technically gives you really good follow-up, because it reattaches itself to a zombie XYZ, and then when that zombie XYZ, like, you can detach it, it goes to grave. Then when that Xyz goes to grave, you can revive another zombie. It does a lot in the long run. The problem is it's only follow-up if your zombie Xyz monster survives the turn. But it's also, it does have a lot of flavor for the Call of the Haunted deck as well, right? Because if you ever bring back an Xyz monster with Call of the Haunted, it won't have material. So being able to reattach to it potentially gives you the ability to use the detach effect, even if you bring the zombie back with Call. So I see the idea here. But the problem is still, like, the Call of the Haunted deck just has too many other flaws, I feel like. But this card is cool for it. Yeah. And then we have Officiator of Doom, which is another zombie support card and a rank 6, so it's probably also meant to go with the Call of the Haunted deck. 2 level 6 monsters. During the main phase, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card, target a zombie in your grave, special summon it, then you can negate the effects of a monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to that monster. If this card is sent to the grave, you can target a monster in either grave, shuffle it into the deck. You can only use each effect of Officiator of Doom Samuel once per turn. Now, this is a good card, in my opinion. This is on your first turn, you can make it, you can detach and just special summon, and then you keep it on the board and just use it as a basically imperm on the opponent's turn. That also gives you a body back from your graveyard. This is a really, really good card, in my opinion. That could, I mean, it does need to revive a zombie monster, so it's not as generically useful, but I think it's a pretty solid card. It's a pretty solid card. I don't know if both of these together can maybe make the Call of the Haunted deck a little bit more interesting, but this one's pretty cool. It's also technically, very technically, a new send for cards like Ultimate Slayer or Extrazial, because this does let you interrupt the graveyard. If, let's say, there's nothing for you to negate with Meteorologic Aggregator, you could send this to interrupt something from the graveyard, which is neat. That is unironically neat in some matchups where you can just, like, Ultimate Slayer, deal with one problem on the field, and then also deal with one problem in the graveyard, which is interesting. So yeah, that's a good card. It can also target itself. Yeah, it can target itself, which means you can now do something with X Rise Yield that you weren't able to do before, which is you can chain block itself if there's no other card around, right? Because previously, if you would send like Meteorologic Aggregator, if of course you don't want to go Chainlink 1X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator, because then you're negating yourself. So you wouldn't want to do that. So with this card, you can just go X, Chainlink 1X, Chainlink 2 this, target itself, and then you can't get ashed, right? This makes Vendrit a real Genesis deck. Yeah, that's, I mean, okay. Yeah, the card is cool. This card, I mean, a lot of that. This is one thing I really gotta say here. The TCG exclusives recently, I feel like maybe I'm misremembering some of them, but I feel like a lot of the TCG exclusives in recent sets, even though none of them are complete bangers, broken cards or whatever, a lot of them like make you think, and I like that. A lot of these are like small little support pieces for new archetypes that otherwise are maybe not quite good enough, and these just help them out a little bit, and they really get you thinking too. And I think this is fun because it kind of shakes up the situation from just, oh, we get the cards from the OCG and we know exactly what's good and what isn't. Like they give these decks that are predicted to be less powerful than Cool Tune, for example, right? You'll notice this, like there's nothing here for Cool Tune, right? Because they know, all right, Cool Tune is good enough, right? Cool Tune is already good enough. We don't have to worry about Cool Tune getting more support in here, right? But what isn't good enough is, well, the Call of the Haunted deck, the Machine decks, the Fairy Tale decks, the Predator Plant deck, more machine stuff right here, right? Like those are the decks that actually need support, and so they make them, they give them a little bit, you know. It's nothing too crazy. It's not gonna like completely overturn the metagame or anything like that, I don't think. And also Shade the Obscure for the power patrons, of course. And I think that's cool. I think these are much more than just random pack fillers, which there used to be a time where we got, I would say, a lot of pack fillers in these kind of slots where like you would read them and you'd be like, yeah, okay, but like what am I supposed to do with these cards? With these cards, it's more, I can see a use case for every single one of these. Like every single one of these cards has a purpose. And I like that. I like when the last couple of like TCG exclusives or pack fillers, so to say, are like when they actually make sense, right? And actually have use cases. I think that's interesting. So I feel like in this set, they've done pretty well with this. Like most of these cards are at least usable and have a purpose, which I think is cool. Aerial Leader, Flux Oxenfeld, Miracle Raven. I mean, of course, there's examples of good TCG exclusives. I'm not saying they never do it. But what I'm noticing here is like the density of usable cards is higher than usual. Because usually, maybe it's like one or two good ones and the rest is literally something you read once and then you forget about it forever because they never see play. Right? And here it's like everything we've read right now, there's a purpose, right? And I think that's cool. What do you think of the Power Patron deck? It seems bad into Fuwa, and the random banishing seems really bad, but it's also somewhat scary playing all the Dominus cards. I need to take a closer look at Power Patrons, and this is something, it's something I kind of wanted to do today as well. I want to play some Master Duel, but I also wanted to take a look at some of the stuff from Blazing Dominion. I was thinking maybe we could look at some OCG games from the Power Patron deck, if I can find some. I found a channel that's uploaded a ton of OCG games, and I thought maybe we can try and find a Power Patron one, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around like how exactly that deck is supposed to be played. But yeah. Another thing that they have announced, which I don't think we have any cards or anything yet, but we know the name of the next deck build pack. It's going to be Glorious Victors. And of course, if the recent history is anything to go by, deck build packs these days are very impactful. And this is probably going to bring 3 new archetypes as well. Deck build pack Glorious Victors is announced for release on September 5th and lets you enjoy the pleasure of building your deck with mostly the cards included. Mostly he cards includes, whatever. This pack includes 3 different themes, of different types of strategies, allowing you to build multiple theme decks with just the cards included. It will include new cards and cards with strong synergy with those themes. Further details to come later. So at the moment, we have no info on this. September 5th is the OCG release date, which means for us, it's more along the lines of, I think December usually is when we get this deck build pack, like end of November or December. But just so we've heard of it so far, there's been an announcement for a new deck build pack. And I mean, even if I would say, I mean, we all know how good Justice Hunters was, right? Justice Hunters had 3 meta-defining archetypes in it for months and months. I mean, all 3 of the decks are still relevant right now. We still have K9 decks, we still have Yami decks, and we still have Draco Tail decks in the format. And that is, what, like a year after, almost? Not quite, but it's been a while. And for... what's the other? I keep forgetting the name of the one that had Cool Tune. Phantom Revenge. Yeah, that one only had Cool Tune, quote unquote, in terms of top meta threats, because Eniacraft and Hecka Hands haven't quite taken off, but Cool Tune, I feel like what Hecka Hands and Eniacraft are lacking in meta viability, they just added onto Cool Tune. Like Cool Tune is like so much better than the other 2. Like it kind of makes up for it in terms of like competitive viability of the set. So all this just to say that deck build packs usually are pretty important, and so we're gonna have to wait and see how good this one is. But it's gonna be for almost 4.5 months from now that we will be seeing exactly what these cards do. But it's something to be on the lookout for. And then another announcement I saw was that they are doing a limited pack World Championship 2026 again for the OCG, which I mean is likely also going to make its way into the TCG, I think, but I don't know. In honor of this year's World Championship Series, there will be a pack that includes mostly cards from themes that have big in the tournament scene across the world, okay? But also cards that will have the World Championship logo in the text box. To me, this sounds like pretty much the same as we had last year. Also, there will be cards with brand new artworks based on Japan, the region where this year's event will be held. Sounds like it's just the same thing as last year's product, right? Maybe they're changing some of the rarities or ratios around, but it was essentially just a pack with some of the most iconic cards of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Up until that point. Like it had like Rise Heal cards and Malice cards and Memento cards and Fire King cards and whatever. I thought it was cool. I don't know how you guys felt about it. I didn't really hear much about it afterwards, like how valuable the cards were and how well this pack sold or anything like that. Don't really have any info on that, but it's happening again this year. So I'm assuming they were happy with how it performed last year. So yeah, this could have a Fallen of the White Dragon reprint, and that would be nice. See, that's the one thing I want to say to this. At least if last year's product is anything to go by, then I wouldn't expect any good reprints in this, to be fair. Like, that was the one unfortunate thing last year, in my opinion, was that it didn't really have any reprints that were good, right? So I don't know how it's going to be this next year, but it was mostly just cards that were already cheap. It was more so meant to be a rarity upgrade to some of the cards, right? Like you got like the World Championship logo and fancy rarities and stuff like that, but the reprints weren't actually that great. We have 2 new Witchcrafter cards. Hold up. Are they on YG.org yet? No. Where are the new Witchcrafters? And the deck build pack will be a bit more balanced now since Maxi is limited, yeah? I wouldn't trust the OCG card designers with balancing ever. So I will not say that they will be balanced because I don't know about that one. We're still waiting for the Unchained support, right? Yeah. Dude, I kind of want to know. I kind of want them to start doing the Unchained cards because I feel like Unchained has so much potential. 2 new Witchcrafter cards just popped up. Yeah, I heard, but they're not on yugioh yet, so we don't have translations. So I guess we'll just start playing some Master Duel, and if there are translations, then you can let me know, and we'll check them out in a few minutes. Just give people some time to translate them. Can we at least look at the art? I mean, yeah, sure. Here you go. We have a new main deck monster level 6, and we have a new fusion monster level 8. They look pretty cool, but I don't know what they do, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Finally level 6. Oh, wait! No, dude, that's a target that can turn into Dark Magician of Destruction. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Well, we're gonna have to wait for the translations, but that's scary. That is scary. Mom, pick me up, I'm scared. Hello, Master Duel? Oh, there we are, all right. Are you planning to play more Pokemon champs? Yes. At some point, yes. It's just that this week is rather busy. Oh. Hello. I feel like this is happening more recently. I don't know what's going on with the Master Duel servers. Have you played 5 versus 6? Yeah, we played 5 versus 6 yesterday. I'm uploading the footage from it like today or tomorrow, probably. All right, this was a tactical coin toss loss because my hand is better going second than going first. Oh my god. This Fuwa better resolve. Oh, never mind. Fuwa's, we don't need Fuwa. Why is my hand so bad, man? Where are my starters, dude? Please let this resolve. It needs to resolve. Yes, it resolved. Let's go. Mix. If Mix gets Veilered, it's pretty bad for me. It might just be a Rotary, honestly. Then I have to synchro with my Ash Blossom. I don't want to synchro with my Ash Blossom. They would have ashed this, right? They don't play Veiler in Ritual Beast. If I get drolled here, it's not the worst. It's also not great, but yeah, there's no. Fine. So I definitely want to check the top deck. Dude, I'm just waiting for the moment where like my queue reveals like 2 cards that trigger in banishment. I'm just thinking about this because like imagine I hit like 2 Leras with it. I think I want... I could special rotary here, make remix, top, look at top deck. No. Heck. You can look at hand, but don't draw. Yeah, but I'm not gonna send Rotary to grave this turn. I wanna, when my remix tags out, I want to make Track Maker with the Rotary. Is my current plan. Uwa and teleport. Oh, these are both annoying. Well, I'm not giving you this. I guess I'm giving you that. I mean, hypothetically, there shouldn't be a way, since if they activate Fuba, I can just chain tag out. Right? And if they don't activate Fuba, then they won't draw for. Yeah. So they go Fuba. I now chain. I add Bell. Special Q. Yes. Rack Maker. I go Q. Rotary to confirm hand. Rack Maker to search. I'm just gonna grab a clip here, even though I'm under Fuwa, but worst case, that still is a couple of interruptions. Retaliating C and 2 normal summons. Okay. Yeah. So a Cool Tune Synchro is gonna get Retaliating Seed, so I might not use it, but it's alright. Why did we chain block Q in this situation? I just always do Q on the lower chains because I want to look at hand before I decide what I banish from the top of their deck. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I just win if I clip Loudness War and bounce the Rampengu, right? How does the contact fusion work on this? You do need a tamer for this, which they don't have. So if I just imperm this, they also can't do anything. Yeah, all right. We should value 2 searches more. Dude, I'm getting the searches anyways. They don't have Ash. I know they don't have Ash. Because they didn't Ash my JJ Kultune. And I don't think I need the searches to win the game. Not both, at least. Does Fuwa give them a tamer? Fuwa would have given them a tamer, but in hand, which they couldn't have gotten to the field. So it was fine either way. I could have also gone special loudness. Amethyst Chief, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Also, Zero Wall, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate both of you. Thank you for the support. All right, good hand. I mean, could be better, but it's all right. Pretty bad into Droll and Lockbird this hand. And we also pass two hand traps, basically. What's the best card to replace 2 Synchro Overtake? I'm playing Duelist Genesis right now. Is Overtake better or Cool Tune Synchro? If I get drolled, hypothetically, Cool Tune Synchro, Chain Cool Tune Synchro, then what do I make with that? I think it's this. You don't bell if you don't have, if you have droll. That's a fair point, yeah. Pack runs 2 extravagance. Well, I mean, wait, extrav is limited in Master Duel, so you can't do that. Tan Gentleman, thank you for the 26 months. Since you've been enjoying some Pokemon, is there something you think you consistently want from strategy games when looking for new ones to try? The reality is, I actually enjoy, I really enjoy a lot of different games, when I try them. The problem is I'm lacking the time to actually try them, usually, is the bigger problem that I have. This is a Tutor Ash angle, because we have a lot of engine. Classic problem of the child, no money to buy games, adult, no time to play the games. Yeah. I mean, I have time to play games, but I just like, I spend a lot of time on Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, that's a scary hand. Double Synchro, Q, Rico, Desires. All right. Draw a second Q, that's fine. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed both of these. I mean, I have Duelist Genesis as well for another. I can just activate one, I guess, this first turn. I make Zalen right away? I don't think so. I don't think I need to. Because, like, I'm adding Ash back right away. Special summon back mix. Probably make RS with these two. Alternatively... Yeah. Yeah. We Ash Desires 100%. 100,000% we Ash Desires. Zalen right away. What's the point? QQ, what was it? QQ Rico Desires Synchro. Ash to hand. Special mix. I don't think I want to synchro here already. Because I can keep those graveyard effects for disruption. And I have plenty of ways to synchro summon later. Like, one of the spells can turn these two into like Zalen. The other spell can turn this and another Rico into RS later. Yeah. This way we can search. Normal summon Rico. Yeah. QQ Synchro. Shouldn't you make RS and B to be as soon as possible to modulate the levels? I don't think the level modulation matters much in the mirror. It might matter for them against me right now. Like they might want to chain their Cool Tune Synchro here. This is level 4 now, so the line is probably Rotary make their own RS with these two. But if they have to synchro away their Rotary, that's good for me. I mean, they can search another... No, they can't search. Another Cool Tune Synchro doesn't help much. Loudness. So they have Q, Rotary, and Synchro. Chain Clip wins here. Not if they chain Cool Tune Synchro now. Or actually, I think it does. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. So they chain Synchro here. I think I let that happen. Yeah, I let that happen. They can search the field spell with this for an extra normal summon. So they have QQ Rotary. Search Clip. Okay. But now they just don't activate Q. Yeah, if they just don't activate Q, then there's a chance. Oh wait, no, they can't make Track Maker because RS is fine. They have to make... What are their options? They can make their own Zaylin, but that's not useful. They can make another Loudness War, but that's not useful. They can't make a 5. Yeah. Oh. They can make Loudness War again, but that doesn't do anything. Because I just attack over it. They can still make Typhon. But if they make Typhon, my follow-up is good enough to win next turn. So in hand, they have Q. They have Q and one other card. I should know. They used both of their synchros. Well, they hit my one of Crackle. But it's fine. And Typhon after. Oh, Cool Tune Synchro also locks them, right? My bad. Okay, yeah. feel like they had a chance if they searched the field spell, but the way it played out, my RS, I can also just negate the field spell with RS, so not really. Or the field spell was banished by desires. Possible, yeah. That is possible. I did that very fast and confident with the Zaylan, but I was not confident. Oh! Banish Glossy. The translations are out. Yeah, we'll look at them in a second. Let me see. All right. New Witchcrafters. I think these are the last ones from the pack. I think next up we should be getting the Unchained cards, but maybe I'm wrong and there's more Witchcrafters. But I think we've gotten a couple of Witchcrafters already, and these are just the last two missing ones. But first things first, we have Witchcrafter Pupils, which is a level 8 fire spellcaster fusion effect monster. Requires a Witchcrafter and a spellcaster monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main or battle phase quick effect, you can activate one of these effects, add a Witchcrafter spell from your deck to your hand. Okay, already strong enough. Reveal a Witchcrafter normal or quick play spell in your hand. Apply that spell's activation effect. Ooh, okay. Now, this is fun because we've talked about this in a little bit of detail with the Witchcrafters. One of the problems that Witchcrafter has is that the grind game that this deck offers is basically dependent on a lot of their spells going back to your hand in the end phase, which from your grave, which is cool because it gives you a cool resource loop. But the problem is, like, when you're trying to defend against your opponent's combos, those quick plays or / normal spells in your hand won't help you with anything, right? You just have them in your hand during your opponent's turn, and they don't have impact on the game yet. They're follow-up, but they don't have impact on the game immediately. With this card in the mix, you can use those cards as interruptions potentially on the opponent's turn. Even the normal spells, you can apply their effects. Now, I don't know exactly what all the things are that Witchcrafter has on these cards, but that's an interesting way to go about this problem. So that's a pretty creative solution. At like the alternative, the other thing that people have been suggesting for Witchcrafters is that they give them a way to use the quick play spells from hand, right? Just activate them from your hand, like a Runic Fountain-esque card. But this is also a way they could have done it, you know, like the reveal a spell and then copy the effect. You can also keep the spell, so you don't have to waste it. It's not going away. So that's interesting. Okay. During your end phase, you can return one of your banished Witchcrafter cards to the graveyard. Okay, this is also interesting because I think the Witchcrafter spells, like, they only add themselves back from the graveyard. So maybe you can, if anything gets banished, you can set it up that way, put it back into the graveyard, and then loop it back into your hand at some point. So interesting card. Now the question is, how easy is it for Witchcrafter to summon this card? Is Witchcrafter had fusions beforehand. I remember that. I know that Witchcrafter already had a couple of fusion monsters, but I'm not sure how convenient it is for Witchcrafter to make this particular one. It doesn't seem very hard. Doesn't seem hard because all it takes is a Witchcrafter and a Spellcaster, which is basically everything in the Witchcrafter deck. Most importantly, also doesn't require 2 Witchcrafters, which is good because I believe Witchcrafter has some great synergies with some other decks as well. Like, I don't know, Magistus maybe, or maybe you're going to play some of the other more generic Spellcaster link stuff in the deck, like Charmers or Fairy Tale or whatever. Like, maybe there's worlds where you combine like all that together into like a Spellcaster pile, right? That idea has kind of been forming recently because they did more and more like Spellcaster support. Yeah, you can play Cartesia, which is just a Spellcaster, so Cartesia plus any Witchcrafter can make this card, and that's a good card to make going first because it adds any spell from your deck to your hand, but it also is potentially interruption on your opponent's turn if you have the right normal or quick play spells in rotation. So cool. That sounds like a cool card. It sounds like good payoff. Sounds like a fun card to play with as well. Most importantly, I think this sounds like a fun card to me. Awesome. Okay. And then we have Witchcrafter Marka, which earlier when they just posted the picture and we didn't have the translation yet, I was scared of this card because it's a level 6 Dark Spellcaster, which means if we're talking Spellcaster slop, we gotta talk about Dark Magician of Destruction, because this card can make Dark Magician of Destruction. So let's see. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You contribute this card from your hand or field, add a Witchcrafter field or continuous spell from your deck to your hand. If a face-up Witchcrafter monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field, and if you do, tribute one opponent's monster. This card is crazy. Okay, explain to me why this card is crazy, because I feel like, I mean, it's good. I can tell that it's good, but is it because is the target for this card just incredibly good? The new field spell is busted. Okay, hold up. Witchcrafter. The Revolution Booster Witchcrafter field spell. Let me... because it's been a while. Witchcrafter. Here. Oh, it was the... was it the Walpurgisnacht? Yeah, the Walpurgis. Yeah, here. Witchcrafter Walpurgis. During your main phase, add a Witchcrafter, then discard a card. During your turn, if you would discard... oh, yes. Right. This one. This is the one that lets you send the spells from deck for cost, and this makes it even more searchable. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't really strike me as a completely crazy card, because in the modern day standard, this is just like a searcher for your field spell, which is especially weird because the field spell itself is a searcher. So activating this to then just add the field spell and then getting drolled after seems like a disaster to me. So it's definitely a good card, but I wouldn't call it crazy. I think it would be crazy if it, like, let's say it sets the field spell or whatever. You contribute it from field. Yeah, but like it's a level 6 monster. I feel like that has... I mean, there's going to be games where it comes up, but it doesn't seem like... there's crazier things you can do with the level 6 Dark Spellcaster on your field. I'm telling you that much. Like, you can turn it into Dark Magician of Destruction, and that does a lot more than adding a field spell. So, yeah. It's still a good card, because it makes your board... and I think that's the bigger deal here with Witchcrafters, because Witchcrafter already has really good grind game. But just, I think this second effect really shouldn't be underestimated, because having this sort of bonus effect on a basically terraforming is really good, because like, and it's not super niche as well. It's just like if any Witchcrafter monster leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, it brings itself back and is removal. That makes your like board so much harder to remove, and which is relevant because the deck has grind game. Like, as long as you can set up a bunch of spells in rotation that all go back into your hand in the end phase, as long as you survive, you're gonna be in a pretty good spot. And this card is like premium, like, protection for your board, essentially, because your opponent just, like, if they try to remove your stuff, you just bring it back and tribute a monster, which is really good. It's annoying, kind of like the Ray graveyard effect. Yes, but like Ray, if it also had removal attached to it, right? So I think this card is pretty solid, but not necessarily only because of the first effect. Like, the first effect is fine. Like, the first effect is like the requirement for the card to see play because it does something when you draw it. It's just a consistency piece for your deck, which is all fine and good. But I think the second effect is what, like, makes it a good card overall. Like, that's what makes it that's what makes it strong. Is like, you set up your field, you get your combo together, you have this in the graveyard. It's protection as well, on top of being a consistency card, which I think that's really high quality, all things considered. So the fusion monster is fun and more flashy for sure than the new main deck monster, but the new main deck monster is also, I wouldn't underestimate it. That seems pretty solid. All right, we're getting more and more pieces for all these spellcasters. I think at this point, at this point, it's just a matter of time until we get enough to finally form a meta deck. It feels like, at least to me, it really feels like they're going to, they're pushing a lot of these spellcaster archetypes. You know, like, we got Charmers, we got Magister Support, we get Witchcrafters now, we got Fairy Tale. Like, it's only a matter of time. We got Dark Magician stuff. So, like, there's a lot of spellcaster support going on, right? And I think at this point, like, a lot of these cards are just high quality, and the more they make, the more likely it's going to be that eventually you can build a really good deck with these. And maybe Witchcrafters are the ones that are going to be part of it. I don't know. But to me, it just feels like there's a lot of good spellcaster stuff coming out. Hasn't really hit the meta yet, I feel like. At least in the OCG, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of these. I think Fairy Tale saw some play, but Spellcaster, the deck, hasn't really taken over yet. But I think if they make a couple more like these, then I feel like at some point it's got to be good enough, right? Spellcaster's biggest enemy is the extra deck limit. Yeah, I guess that's the problem, because from what I'm seeing so far, like, it's all just meant to go together in a lot of ways. Like, some of these cards have harsher locks, but for the most part, it's like, okay, you can play Magistus with Witchcrafter, with Invoked, with Fairy Tale maybe. Like, you can just put it all into one deck, and like it just gets incredibly tight. And also, they are typically pretty weak to, I think, Droll and Fuwa are kind of like the thing that's stopping them from taking over, maybe. We'll see. But these cards are good, for sure. I like these two. Invoked is rumored to be tier 1. It was just released, so give it a few more weeks. This is something, I want to play a couple more games in Master Duel, but I did want to spend some time today looking into some OCG games, because we found that channel a few weeks ago that they upload a ton of OCG content, and I was considering looking into some, like, Power Patron gameplay, but we could also take a look at some Invoked gameplay, because I'm really scared of that deck. And I was kind of hoping that it was just bad, but I'm gonna be honest with you, like, with how powerful those effects are, I can't really see it being terrible. What channel is that? I'll link it to you when we watch the games later. I don't know the name. It's a Japanese channel, so I don't know exactly what it's called. But I can link it to you when we look at it later. I found an OCG Invoked list if you're interested. I mean, sure, you can link it. Maybe we can use it as like a reference point when we watch a game of it later. I don't know if they have a game for Invoked on the channel, but they should. I saw that they upload, like, I don't know, I think it might be just a locals who's filming their locals every day, and they upload, like, I don't know, 10 videos a day or something. So there should probably be an Invoked deck. I'd love to look at some blitzclick gameplay. I would also be interested in that, yeah. Have you seen the meme of the classic Mitsurugi opening? What, the one with the pre-prep and the mirror? Yeah, I saw that. Did you see that the token is the most expensive card from Chaos Origin? Wait, what? A token is the most expensive card from Chaos Origin? No, I haven't seen that. That's funny though, if that's true. Oh, the sand is not great into interruption like Perch or Imperm. They probably have, because they didn't have called by. Yep. Yep. Okay, well, we can make Track Maker. We will not make Track Maker. No. We will try again next turn. Hopefully there is a next turn. There might not be a next turn. That's the worst case scenario. Yeah, I think we die. Stop that with one Baylor. The one draw from Trackmaker would be worth. Not really, I don't think, because like the set card is likely another Imperm. I mean, it could have been a second copy of the Rhoda as well, of course, but that's like the only... It's not super likely that my Trackmaker even searches, so I would rather keep the thing for follow-up. Nice! I can beat that. Opium. My hand is super giga-ass into Droll and Lockbird, though, unless I don't search with Rico, which I can. Yeah, summon this. No effect. That's 2 games in a row. Love that for me. That real quick. Oh, okay, sure. All right, now that we've compared our non-engine to each other, can we maybe play the game? Yeah, nope, never mind. Every game someone suffers from Maxi, I guess. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna max C on open game state, but I guess I'll take it. I don't know why they used priority to do that, but fine. At rotary, activate rotary, mix. Okay, so 2 unknown cards in hand. You rotary, 2 others. Okay, they won't get to manipulate top deck here is cool. Oh, hello. There's a small consideration to keep Valor as a level 1 tuner. But, yeah. Fine. I have Ash Blossom number 2 to cover the quick play spell if they set another copy. So if they want any real interruption, they kind of have to keep going into the maxi. They haven't manipulated my top deck either. So they can cool tune Synchro for Clip right now because I have already ashed this turn. They can just search Clip and pass, but they need some pretty good non-engine if they want that to be enough. They would need like Droll. Probably. Oh, they keep going. Okay. Clip, Valor. Both not the worst draws, honestly. I feel like they might even want me to... Okay, Clip is banished. Yeah, I only play 1. But drawing Valor is not the end of the world, because level 3 tuner is good. Okay. They have a cool tune Synchro face down. They have a cool tune Synchro face down. Alright, let's go Rico. They tag out. They try to tag out. I think I chained this. Yeah, they imperm this now. That's fine. I was expecting this, but that's fine. The problem is if I don't chain Cool Tune Synchro, they just don't chain imperm. So I am going to add Rotary. And I'm going to make Rack Maker. Do I know the card in their hand? I don't think I do. Maybe even use Valor. Yeah, but then I don't think I make Track Maker. Yeah, I guess maybe. Add Q, Special Rico. They probably make Zalen here. Yeah. They make Zalen here. And now the Rico can add. This is good for them. This is a good start. I'm going to go Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. Droll kills us here now. I'm pretty sure Droll kills me either way. Realistically. But yes, you're right. Droll murders me here. But I feel like it does that anyway. Don't feel like I have to ash this. I really don't feel like I have to ash this. Because like this searches clip anyways. So clip can already synchro. I can't beat that. With my hand, I just don't think I can beat Droll. But Droll is usually not great and shouldn't be made in Cool Tune format. Droll is good against Cool Tune. They can't search too. Yeah, but I have no board. I have no board. Maybe I'm just supposed to not make Track Maker, but like RS. Do hand traps do a thing against Cool Tune? They're not ideal. Some of them are good. Some of them are good. Like Droll is often solid against it. Bell is not bad. Ash, you can use Ash as a board breaker. It's fine. Gamers, I'm not beating this. I'm being hand looped. What do you want me to do, man? I have 2 cards in hand. And they still have all 5. Is Mourner better than Veiler? No. We end up winning the last one? No. This is a good top deck, yeah. The Vanquish Soul interruptions are pretty good here, though. This is just 2 pops. Just? I mean, it's a lot. Against Cool Tune, pops are pretty good. Also, they have 3 other cards in hand about that I don't know about. A second Raisin, so that's 2 unknowns. Wait. You're not gonna Caesar me? Okay. Maybe no Earth? I mean, you can bounce the Holly Sue with the Valius. You're guaranteed to have all attributes. Extra normal doesn't really... This... Bro, you opened triple Holly Sue? Alright then. Okay, that's good. That's good because they can't draw with the Burger. Okay, double Raisin, double Subor is 1 pop. 1 pop. Okay. Let's add... Dude, is it double Synchro? I think... It's very tempting to banish one of Lupus. But at the same time, the Jiaolong is a pretty good draw with their hand because they do have 2 fires. So I don't think I want that. I think I banish this and I leave Lupus on. I mean, Lupus is also not the greatest draw for them, right? So it's all right. Can we kill? Nah. I'm doing this in battle phase. But Remix is so good here, but Remix doesn't get over the Holly Sue. Because they don't have a tuner. I think I need to do this. I'm doing this in battle phase so they can't tag out the thing. I should pop this. More damage. Holly, Raisin, and Borger and Lupus off the top. Honestly, I think they have a pretty good chance at winning this one. Not looking too great for me. So They have Borger. They can dodge this. I'm aware. But I think I need to do this. So that they can't pop. I mean, they can pop my RS anyways, right? So I forced them to do this. Forced them to do this. Which, I mean, it's not that great. But they search Zhao Long anyways. Can't even make remix with clip because yeah, it's I think it's cooked. Doesn't matter. Zhao Long can search. They have 2 fires. Nah, it's over. They can go Lupus, and RS doesn't level manipulate the Lupus. Yeah. The Zhao Long and the Lupus are gonna stay level 5. So they can make Ripper with them. They have a Dark in hand for Holly Sue now. Yeah, it's over. Dude, they can take my... That's funny. They can take my Track Maker. It becomes level 5 because RS, and yeah, that's creative. I dig it. Yep. I respect it. Yeah, that's alright. I think it's the 3rd time today we're playing against the same player. Either there's very few players in Master Rank right now, or someone's really trying to play with me. So Valor is the riskier one here because of sync the quick play spell. But Bell is much more valuable against some other cards like Synchro Overtake or Remix Tag Out. And honestly, if they have Rotary or the quick play spell in hand already, my hand loses anyways. It doesn't matter. I only Bell Remix. I think it's dangerous to have that mindset of like, I'm only gonna Bell Remix, because if they see that you have Bell because you let them full combo, then they just don't go for a Remix, which is difficult. Like sometimes it might be correct to just hold Bell and force them to not go for Remix, which is fine, but still, like, you still have to be confident that you can beat the rest of the board, right? Or yeah, they could just Zayla negate it. Yeah, they can set up in a way that does that too. Okay, dude. Bro, what the hell are you doing, man? This is just the most giga cringe auto win going first type of card to play in this deck. What do you do if you lose the coin toss? Dude, I think I win. This is RS. Well, I know I don't win immediately, but I think I might be winning, dude. Yeah, I think I'm in a winning, dude. That's crazy. The fact that this is level 3 is slightly annoying because I can't make remix. Actually, no, I don't insta win. I can win if they don't top deck. What gives me the best chances? I can normal summon Bell, make Zaylin. That kills both monsters. Wait, no, Zaylin needs a synchro. I can't make Zaylin. That'd be a disaster if I normal summon. No, I have to make Loudness War, and I have to make Loudness and hope they don't draw like a good starter. And then we just see who draws the starter first, I guess. I'm at a disadvantage in this game, though, because they draw a card first. Dude, you're the most cringe human being. God, dude. I mean, yeah, sure. Doesn't make sense to chain here. Dude, any starter, please. Please! Yes! Let's go. Dude, do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? That card doesn't play if they normal summon the stupid Rose Whip because it needs 2 spell activations. It doesn't play if they just normal summon their cringe Floodgate, man. Oh, God. Wonderful. Wonderful. Dude, I still don't know how I feel about Cool Tune as a whole. I definitely feel like the deck is a little bit overhated right now. Like, I just don't feel like when I'm playing the deck, I just simply don't feel like most of the games I don't think are that bad. If anything, I have a problem with the fact that it's a hand trap deck, and I think hand trap decks are like the dynamic that hand traps create in modern Yu-Gi-Oh are just not super fun a lot of the times. But I just like I don't see like I've seen people like genuinely post things like I think it's okay if you dislike the deck. I think that's fair. I think it's reasonable. I don't think the playstyle is for everybody. But I've seen people online say shit like, this is the first time I want to quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I've been playing, like, I think Ryan Yu said something like, this is the first time I want to quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of Cool Tune. Or like, people are saying this deck is more toxic than Malice and stuff like that. And I just can't fathom, like, I can understand if you don't like the deck, but I can't fathom how you hate it that much. I'm surprised you like it that much. I don't even like it that much. It's not like I love the deck. I really don't I'm not trying to defend Cool Tune and say like, oh, this is the best deck ever. But I just don't understand why it's this hated. Why are you like this? You know you're allowed to hate a deck. I didn't say they're not allowed. I'm just saying I don't get why. Playing with perfect information removes so much possibility from an opponent's standpoint to try and outplay your opponent when they know all of your cards. That, I think, is a fair point. Like, the problem with, like, the problem with perfect information, quote unquote, and I think this is also where the, like, where the problem lies for me personally in evaluating the situation is, like, having perfect information on your opponent is really fun from the Cool Tune perspective, because it gives you this sort of like puzzle, and it is skill testing, right? That's the thing. Like, when you're playing Cool Tune, it is a skill testing deck to play and to win with. But I guess when you're playing against Cool Tune, you are just at the mercy of your opponent finding the solution, because they look at your cards and then they figure out, do they have a way to beat it? And if the answer is yes, and they find it, then you don't have much agency, right? I think that's fair enough. I just think that realistically, a lot of the times when you're going second against a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, I feel like Cool Tune is one of the less outrageous ones in terms of like, oh, if my opponent plays properly, they win. Like, I think that's the case with a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh decks as well that do more broken things than Cool Tune. I think the biggest problem with Cool Tune, is that, like, hand traps are bad against it, which is, in my opinion, not inherently a bad thing for the game. Because in general, I would say, like, oh, a universe where we move away from hand traps and we go into more engine versus engine or board breaker style gameplay, I think is good. And I think that like that's more entertaining Yu-Gi-Oh. So in theory, like the cards that are good against Cool Tune are cards that promote good gameplay. The problem is that there's a lot of other decks in the game right now that make it hard to play those cards, I think. Like I feel like if it was just Cool Tune in the format, it'd be fine. You could just play board breaker decks. And you'd be all right. It's a toxic floodgate deck though, since it's all up in your extra deck. Bro, genuinely, if you think the extra deck rip is a problem with Cool Tune, you just haven't played against the deck. You've seen one person say that online and you're just repeating shit. I've played hours and hours of Cool Tune. The extra deck rip, this card is terrible. You only summon it in very, very, very specific situations. And this is random, and it's mattered for me maybe once in like 2 weeks of playing this deck. Like it's all right. I agree with you. Extra deck ripping is not a fun mechanic. It really isn't a fun mechanic. I wholeheartedly agree that extra deck ripping shouldn't be a thing. But in this deck in particular, it's not a problem because it never happens, because the cards that do it are pretty mid. The cards that extra deck rip are pretty mid. I think the argument about like perfect information on your opponent's hand and being able to play around it and manipulate your top deck, I think all of that is valid. The argument of like, oh, this deck rips apart your extra deck is genuinely just like rage bait or clickbait or whatever. Like just take a moment and actually play the deck or play against the deck. You will notice that that does not come up. The looking at hand, looking at the top deck, like happens almost every single game. Looking at extra deck matters maybe 1 in 30 games or something. The best usage of Crackle is when you see your opponent has a Super Poly in hand. Yeah, maybe. Like there's worlds where you can set it up against certain matchups, like against Lunalight or something, right? Like if you're a Lunalight duelist, then sure. If you go up against Cool Tune and they see you play Lunalight, then they can take away like your Ligers if they really want to, which is fine to be concerned about that. But for the average player, the extra deck rip from Cool Tune just doesn't do anything. I think the biggest problem with Cool Tune is not the deck itself, but the environment that it's released into. Because Yu-Gi-Oh right now is very, very hyper focused on one card combos, which whether you like that or not is besides the point. It's not the point of this discussion. But the problem with one card combos is that they are super dependent on your cards resolving. And Cool Tune being a hand trap deck that basically gets to see how many starters and extenders you have in hand basically makes it so that paired with being a hand trap deck, you can just always try to make your opponent not play the game, which ultimately is the goal of every hand trap deck, right? Like the gameplay itself is not different in that sense from like a Yummy deck, for example. But Cool Tune gets to do this whole like negate your starter thing more aggressively, I suppose, because they know that it's gonna work. But realistically, the thing is like Yummy decks right now are essentially doing the same thing 90% of the time. They're also just using their hand traps on the first starter, because that's just kind of like what hand trap gameplay looks like. And I think if Yu-Gi-Oh as a whole moved away from this like, oh, I'm going to negate your starter and try to stop you from playing because if you play the game, then you print 15 cards and I can't keep up with that. If we moved away from that mechanic, then like it doesn't matter, because you'll find this like the games, at least I find it, and you can let me know if you agree with this, but whenever we've played against board breaker decks with Cool Tune, I know what's in their hand, but the game is still interesting. Like it's still hard, and sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. Like we've played against like Gem Knights, we've played against Sky Strikers, and usually when you play Cool Tune into those decks, it's like look at their hand and then you go, oof, this is gonna be tough. And then the game actually ends up being a really like still a good game against decks like Striker or Gem Knights or something like that, right? Which just goes to show that Cool Tune really just, I think Cool Tune just farms the standard Yu-Gi-Oh deck, quote unquote, of the modern day, right? Cool Tune farms the modern like 15, 18, 20 hand traps plus engine plus some engine requirements. That's what Cool Tune farms. because it plays well through the hand traps. And well, if your opponent's hand is only 3 cards because they've hand trapped you twice, and you can also put a hand trap on top of their deck, well, yeah, you're winning against those 2 to 3 cards. This is gameplay that a lot of other decks have too, just without knowing what's in your opponent's hand. Like, Yummy does this, right? Yummy plays through 2 hand traps like it's nothing, then just throws like Imperm and Purge at your first 2 starters, and you won the game, right? This is something that Yummy also does. It's not that much different. The Yummy end board is even stronger than the Cool Tune end board in a lot of cases. And also against Yummy, the same thing was true, right? The same thing was true with Yummy, and I was also making that argument with Yummy, is that pure Yummy was a completely fine deck in terms of end board, as long as people were able to play board breakers. Like the Yummy deck was completely board breakable, right? The problem is that board breakers in general are tough to play when there's other decks in the format that completely go over the top and beat every single board breaker deck in the game because they auto win, right? Yeah, but they have to draw Impermanent Purge with Cool Tune. Even through hand traps, you end on an Omni Negate. Bro, Yummy has Arclight in Master Duel, which is a more toxic card than Zalen. And Yummy also, like, they have to draw Imperm or Purge is not a good argument when their deck has 20 copies of those. It doesn't matter if it's Imperm or if it's Valor or if it's Ash or if it's whatever. Like, they play like infinite of those cards. The average hand trap deck has 2 to 3 hand traps in hand. That is the average. That's what you have to deal with. So you can't say like, oh well, they deserve to win because they resolved Cupsy through 2 hand traps and then just activated two non-engine on my starters. Like that's the argument. The argument is that the non-engine backing up 1-card combos is a problem. Was the looking at hand necessary? Would this deck suck if it didn't look at hand? I think it would, yeah. I think it'd be pretty bad. I think the idea behind this deck is exactly this. Whether you like it or not, I think the idea behind this deck is that you trade ceiling for information. I think that's what it is. Because the Cool Tune plays that you make on your opponent's turn, the interruptions that you get are not that many. And you can only make those plays with certainty if you know that they're gonna work. Like if you have to like question whether your opponent has to weigh, like you have a pop that's targeted, you have a bounce, you have a targeted negation, and you have a Zalen, which is also very dependent. Like this negate does not always work if your opponent has ways to chain to whatever you're trying to do. Like they activate a card, if you want to negate it, you have to chain to it. If they then chain to that, you can't negate the card, right? So a lot of this deck's interactions are pretty small and pretty dependent on whether your opponent can like chain block you or dodge your targeting stuff. Like if they have a way to destroy their own card, like Fallen and the Virtuous in hand, if you don't know about this, you will get completely blown out by those cards. So I think the concept of this deck doesn't work if you don't gain info, because the ceiling, quite frankly, just isn't there. So I think the deck, the way it is, like I like it, but I think it's completely okay if other people don't like the way it plays. But I think the argument of like, well, this card just simply shouldn't have looked at hand, I think is not ideal, because I think the deck falls apart. I think the deck falls apart if you don't have that. Now you could argue like, yeah, sure, they shouldn't have made a deck like this because I don't enjoy playing against it, which is fine. But here's the thing, I don't know, I have this problem with a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks of recent years. Like I have this problem with every single crazy combo deck they've made for the last couple of years. Every time they make a crazy new broken deck with crazy 1-card starters that give you like 15 cards in their end board and stuff like that, I'm over here and I'm just like frustrated that they keep making decks like that. And then when they make decks that work differently, people also have an issue with that. So I'm wondering what's the solution? Like, how do you make people happy, I suppose? And I think the reality is just you're gonna have people who like one thing and they're gonna be happy sometimes when that thing is meta, and then you're gonna have people like me who are more like mid-range fans. And I'm a fan of getting like a puzzle at the start of the game, and then trying to figure out a way to beat it. Like I like that sort of game, sort of play pattern, and I'm suffering when combo decks are meta, right? So I guess it's just something that we have to live with sometimes, because I have to live with that we have K9 combo decks in the format since like a year right now, and I hate it every time. So, and I think in the modern day, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh just lives off of the fact that like all of these things exist in some sort of shape or form, right? The perfect new deck was Pure Mitsu, to be honest. I think Pure Mitsu was cool, yeah. I liked Pure, but like the problem is Pure Mitsu had a lot of other implications, like the combo decks that popped off after like a while, and also the fact like I wouldn't even argue that Pure Mitsu is much healthier than Cool Tune. Because it also like the Mitsurugi negation is far more oppressive than RS, because the Mitsurugi trap is pretty frustrating to go up against. And Pure Mitsu, as much as I love Pure Mitsu in a lot of games that I played with it, there is like a solid fraction of Pure Mitsu games, because it's a Dominus Impulse deck. Like a lot of the Pure Mitsu decks played Ash, Impulse, maybe Imperm, and a couple of others. And then when you go first, there's like, let's say 30-40% where you just resolve your combo and you do the exact same thing where Ash negates one starter, Impulse negates another, Mitsurugi trap negates another, even if they have 3 starters or whatever. And then there's no way the last 2 or 3 cards in their hand can deal with IP Masquerena, right? Isn't that just this deck too? Exactly. That's what I'm getting towards. That was my point, is like the gameplay of this deck is not significantly different from other decks in the past, which is why I was wondering why people hate it so much more. I feel like the idea in the community over the last like year or so, at least from what I've been gathering, is that like decks like Pure Mitsu, decks like Pure Yami were pretty okay in terms of perception, right? In terms of ceiling and so on and so forth, right? It's the info that makes non-games. I don't think that's true. Genuinely, I don't think that's true, because in a lot of cases with hand trap decks, the ideal play is to just hand trap the first starter anyways. Whether you know the hand or not, in a lot of cases, you just hand trap the first thing. The only that's the thing that creates non-games, by the way. The thing that creates non-games are the hand traps negating the starters. The thing that you do with Cool Tune a lot of the times is you just sequence your pops and stuff based around the hand knowledge a lot. The other things are usually things you hand trap anyways in all hand trap decks. You can think that's not true, but that's what makes people think the deck is miserable. Yeah, I mean that's what I was trying to get to. So it's fine. It's all right. It's something that I wanted to talk about for that specific reason. Your opponent knowing your hand just feels terrible. I understand. At the same time, I would much rather my opponent know my hand than my opponent make a board that I can never beat because it's so broken. Is how I feel about it. If I'm comparing this deck to other decks in the format that are hated less. Like I would rather go second against Cool Tune than I would go second against like K9 Crystron or K9 Vanquish Soul. When like, you know, that's how I feel about that. Elf Notes makes a more traditional unbreakable board. Yeah, dude, I don't know how bad it's going to be in the TCG because we don't have Baron, but I've seen some Elf Note games from the OCG, and I just like, I would play against Cool Tune 50 times in a row going second before I go second against Elf Note one time. With the only exception that like against Elf Note, you can maybe activate a Fuwa and have a chance, and they can't do that thing. But like Elf Note in that sense is like a very, very traditional, like I make a board that you can't beat type deck, which I would rather get a cool tune deck that is more unique and has a different approach to the game than just combo deck number 1500 in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Is Elf Note just White Forest 2? It's basically that. It has a couple of different playstyles than White Forest, but essentially yes. So, I don't know. They end on Caesar, Crystal Wing, Trap Omni, Bounce, Spell Trap, Pop, Hand Rip. Yeah. What if Rotary would reveal both hands? I think that could have been okay. Yeah. I think that could have been okay. Also, if it's often ideal to just hand trap the first starter, people are much more reluctant to do that without hand knowledge because you have a mind game of start with your best starter, hoping they hold their negation for later, or start something else and hope they negate that. Hand knowledge just kills that, giving all the agency to the going first player. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. And I also I'm not like defending Cool Tune because I think it's awesome that you get to look at your opponent's hand. I think it's interesting from the perspective of the Cool Tune player, but I definitely see those points. My argument is just that, or one of the arguments I'm trying to make is that I feel like the core root of the problem is that people at the moment in modern Yu-Gi-Oh just don't play enough engine versus engine. Because I think there's a world of a difference between Cool Tune looking at your opponent's hand, seeing one starter for non-engine, or Cool Tune looking at your opponent's hand and seeing like 4 engine, 1 non-engine. I think those games are fundamentally different. And so I think the issue, the core issue, is not the hand looking itself, but the way the game is structured these days. The way that Yu-Gi-Oh decks are built nowadays, Cool Tune is also an example of this. Just make it so that when you look at your opponent's hand, usually you don't see 5 starters. You see like 1 or 2 because that's how Yu-Gi-Oh decks are built. With like you have Yu-Gi-Oh decks are basically like, I don't know, 16 or 17 starters, a couple of engine requirements, a couple of extenders maybe, but then like 15 non-engine that are required to even have a chance at going second against combo decks. And that is exactly what Cool Tune is built to destroy, basically, right? Cool Tune is built to destroy these types of decks that have that play like infinite non-engine and only like 1 or 2 starters in their hand, right? This hand knowledge argument thing started from Norway, and that is the less egregious part of K9. Yes, I think I also thought that was weird. I also thought it was weird that people hated Noroi because it looked at hand. Because to me that feels like a not very informed opinion, because I feel like throughout all of my games against K9 decks, when I was like playing against it or even playing it myself, I can't even remember a game where looking at my opponent's hand with Noroi mattered. Because I just like, either someone makes a board and auto wins anyways, whether they know what's in their opponent's hand or not. Like the only thing that it did for K9 formats was it made evenly matched less effective against K9 Vanquish Soul, because if they saw it, they wouldn't commit much to the board, and then that was weaker. That was the one thing, like in some formats, I considered playing evenly matched, and then I was like, no, I don't like it because they might not commit if they see it. That was the one thing that where it mattered in deck building for me. But other than that, the dynamic of K9 Noroi was always the same. It was always like, oh, I'm doing full combo anyways. Let me just look at your hand real quick. Oh, well, I guess you lost. Congratulations. And then both just agreed. You know, it just doesn't really matter that much. So I don't know. I never understood with K9. Well, I mean, I understand the hate for K9, but not for that effect of Noroi. Why did they allow Rotary to look at hand and search though? Because they wanted the deck to work this way. What is that question? The deck only makes sense this way. We've talked about this earlier. This deck sucks if it doesn't look at your opponent's hand. For this deck in particular, you're trading ceiling for information. That's how it works. You're not overwhelming your opponent with 15 interruptions, so you have to be able to use them optimally. That is the idea behind this deck. The idea behind this deck is you only get small end board, but you get to use your interruptions optimally because you have more info. That's how this deck works. If this deck doesn't have this, this deck sucks. This deck does not have enough interruption to stop anything if you can't use a pop or a bounce in a spot where you know it hurts. Oh yeah. I get the concept, but it's a toxic concept. It feels more like custom-tailored puzzle that you have to solve. Power-wise, the deck is strong, not insane. It just encourages unfun gameplay patterns. I guess then we just disagree on what exactly unfair gameplay patterns are, or unfun. Because I think every single combo deck they've made in the last 3 years is a more toxic play pattern than this. Because if you really want to talk about play patterns, then every single combo deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's play pattern is try to make a board that your opponent can't beat. And I think that is a much more unfun play pattern than try to make a small board and look at your opponent's hand so you can use your interruptions and removal optimally to get through the turn. I feel like that is a healthier play pattern than that. Small board. Okay, are you trying to argue that cool tune boards are big right now? Because there's usually a track maker on there. Are we really gonna go that route right now? What did the first chant add? Space Typhoon. The biggest problem is that I would like to keep Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for the trap. But if I don't use it, I don't have a play. Because I need Duelist Genesis to resolve. I think I impermed this. It's not great because they can go link 2. They can go link 2 and keep this around. Link 2 also adds MST from Grave, right? Even under Droll. I'll Ogre it here. This way they can't get the trap at least. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Duelist Genesis doesn't even work now. I mean, this doesn't matter because I can't beat this anymore. For this instance, it doesn't even if this was 2 life cards, I just can't beat this. Duelist Genesis feels kind of bad at multiples. I mean, every spell that's once per turn feels bad if you draw multiples. I just think it's the best replacement for Synchro Overtake. But it does make the deck even weaker into Droll and Lockbird, which is not fun. Why did you nerf yourself before the ban list? Because I hate waiting for the ban list and just playing the old version when it's not relevant in a couple of days. I'd rather try the deck now with the way it's going to be. Can the game afford to ban Droll? Of course they can afford to ban Droll. They just need to be willing to address the things that are going to go out of hand if they ban Droll, which I think that's the reason why they haven't done it yet. It's because they're not willing to do that. Well, of course they can if they want to. Why wouldn't they? What do you think about overtuning? I think overtuning is bad. Because it requires you to have something on the board, and removal is already Cool Tune's weakness. 56 cards. So, kind of want the extra normal summon here. Okay. I feel like those are both good draws for them, but I feel like this is a better draw because I can't negate it right now. Actually, Prayers, Haba, and like 3 tuner slops. I think I banish the spell and leave them with this. This matchup is when Crackle is actually good? Maybe. I guess, yeah, if they only play 1 speeder, I suppose it is, yeah. So, I want Rico in hand. This is going to get me Overtake, Special, Rico, add Flip. How do I deal with Prayers, Tribute, Habakiri in draw phase? I can bell the Prayers, then Habakiri adds, but that's fine. Yeah, Bell covers that pretty well, so I think I can afford to go into Remix with Mix and Rico from hand. And I don't believe I need to make Zalen right away. I could, but I don't have. Unfortunately, I don't know what the two tuners in their hand do. I know they have like I can't even look in the log. I know they have like the level 1. They have junk synchron. I know that one. Abakiri. Add to hand. You can add a synchron monster or an assault mode activate from your deck to your hand. Oh god, the other one they have is this. This card is sent if you control. Is it worth negating the draw 2 in Vision? That is impossible to just generalize like that. In some game states, yes. In some game states, no. This hand is tough because it's gonna be really bad into Droll and Lockbird. This should have been standby phase. But like, if I start with Cool Tune Synchro in draw phase, then I have like, I have a terrible time into Imperm or Veiler. Sucks. Well. Everyone's on Droll now. I mean, yeah, I can't blame anyone for it. It's a pretty good card against Cool Tune. Looks like it's Sky Striker though, so my Droll also hurts them a lot. Oh, I should have chained this. My bad. I mean, they probably can't play. Or maybe it's even correct to hold it for follow-up. I don't know. I wonder how well Genesis is doing overall. We have Genesis locals today. I don't think I can go. I don't have enough time, but awesome. Great stuff. Dark Lord is the best deck. In Genesis, I don't know actually. Maybe it is. I keep summoning this in EMZ, but against Striker, you're not supposed to. I don't know what to do about that. Make Zalen an OTK? Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think that's what I have to do. I mean, they likely play more hand traps and the set card. No, actually, I beat Super Poly. I beat Super Poly because I can activate this here. This opens me up to Imperm maybe at some point, but still. I haven't normal summoned, right? Yeah. Two tuners in their grave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tuners. Yeah, Rico into B2B is game, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because now I don't need the Zalen anymore. Should I? I mean, Nib murders me anyways, right? How many times have I summoned? It's going to be 5. So I can play around Imperm by making RS and then B2B. We lose to Imperm anyways. No, I think this is big enough. Oh, it's barely not big enough. Dude, it's 100 off. Please let that be the only one. Dude. Oh my god. Okay, that was close. That was not far away. Jesus. Check deck for Imperm? I can't. It's rated duels. We just saw it. No, they meant like how many they play is what they wanted to know, but I can't check. This in standby phase is crazy work, but I'll ash it. I mean, you probably still make Track Maker for 1. I mean, their opener is fine. They still have Mix that they can normal summon. Not a bad opener at all. Did not expect the field spell. Did you ever rage quit because of the chat in the stream? No. I've rage quit because of the game, but not because of chat. Josh has no fear of Rose Whip? Nah, dude. I mean, actually, yes, I should have, but... Oh, convenient. I probably should have started with Cool Tune Synchro in draw phase. Because now I get destroyed by Droll and Lockbird, and I wasn't toggled on. Never punished, though. But you know I have this. You also know I have belt. I'm confused. I don't have to Rico pop the face down because I have Ash for it anyways. I guess I could have just targeted it. I should have just targeted it. It's fine. Yeah, I think I have a guaranteed win here no matter what I do. I still don't know how I feel about Fuwa in this matchup. I don't know why they left me the thing on top. All right. Wait. Oh! Oh, my bad. I thought it was... I'm still fine, but I thought it was the quick play for some reason. I don't know why I thought that. I thought I had perfect information, but I was wrong. I did not, in fact, have perfect information. But it's fine because I drew Bell. They never searched it? Oh, yeah, right. They went for the field spell. Okay, I got confused there for a second. It's fine. We're just going... we're going to win anyways. So we are just going to do this. The rotary can't search, but it's fine. We don't need to. Let's not activate it. I have a normal summon anyways, but I still think the field spell here is correct. You're gonna draw Rotary, which alone is not gonna... Theoretically, you want to shuffle track make. I don't think that matters most of the time. What's your point goal? I don't really have one. I just play. Dude, I always have 2 of this card. Wait, you're not at 3 yet? What are you doing here? Oh my god, is this actually Kashtira? I might be. Oh no, it's Vanquish. Vanquish Soul. Well, hope they don't have a tag out. This is a bad spot for me to be in, even if they don't have a tag out, because they still have... They have Fenrir, which is good removal against my deck. But they have a lot of removal already guaranteed, is the problem. One set. I mean, I might as well. They have Olisu, it might give me a draw. Karate Dom, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Are you in Münster? German Nationals? Yes, I will be there. They go for Valius immediately, so they have all the attributes. I think Cool Tune is best pure. Wait, why did you use Izuna? Now you don't have an Earth. Oh, they want to make Ripper. I see. They want to make Ripper to negate my Rotary extender. Okay. Why play into Raisin? Because I wanted them to put a tuner in my grave instead of banishing with Fenrir. I wanted them to use that disruption first. The problem is... Oh, this is not... No, I can't. I don't use mix. I just have to use no effect here. And then I have to go with this. I guess I could have just used the rotary to bait out the Ripper. The set card might be forced release. That'd be fine though. Would it? Ah, no, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be. Maybe it'd be. I don't know. Okay, it's not forced release. So we need this. Dodge Fenrir. We know all these anyways. They got all... What is the back row then? Field spell? Field spell? Talent. Fenrir tried to banish here. Chain. Full tune. So yeah, we win. Mix for loudness war? No. Q for Balin. Can take Rico as well, doesn't matter. The same thing. I'm gonna use it to synchro anyways. Fenrir banishes nothing. Now I activate this. And then I do this just to chain block. I mean, if they chain Ripper, I can just negate it with the Zalen. Not. Banish this. Noroi on top. Bounce Ripper. Field spell. Extra normal Q. I have still the Rico effect available. Yeah, dude, Imperm was kind of clutch there because otherwise I get destroyed by Izuna talents, dude. Holy. Yeah, Lupus was used. Yeah, I'm still not sure how I feel about Imperm in this deck because it's weird because in Cool Tune you kind of want to play hand traps, and that's the one thing that bothers me with this deck is like I don't really want to play hand traps this format because I don't feel like they're very good. But in this deck, it feels like you're more inclined to play them. And when I'm already playing like 12 hand traps or something, I kind of just want to play Imperm as well. But I'm not like convinced. Will we still look at OCG games? Yes, we'll do like a 1 or 2. I'm streaming longer than usual today because I started a little bit later. So we still have some time left. I still have that planned. Don't worry. Do I even use the one from the field here, the Q? Or do I use the one from hand? I could use the one from hand, honestly. Maybe. I'll use the one from hand. See where it leads. Will you play Branded in Master Duel when the support comes out? Yeah. Absolutely will. They have Droll. Okay. They have Droll. Good thing we played around that. Makes the field spell less good. That's still fine. Bina, Onyx, and called by. Roll. JJ. Chant, Phonics, Sheena, called by another Sheena. Yeah. Besides Fedrawless Harmonia, what will Cool Tune receive of support in the next release? Like everything, pretty much. Like after Blazing Dominion, you're going to be able to play this exact deck pretty much, plus Fedrawless Harmonia in TCG. And in Master Duel, the deck isn't missing anything. Except for Fedrawless. Yeah, Fedrawless is pretty good. TCG gets the second wave of Cool Tune like next week. Yeah, next week. I hope you'll have an easier time playing Cool Tune and TCG with the Master Duel practice. I mean, absolutely, that's how it's going to be, I think. It definitely helps the more you've played a deck before. Sheena. I mean, it's Sheena this. Do you think you'll tend more towards playing Cool Tune yourself or towards playing a counter pick? I think I can only really, at the moment, I can only really see myself play one of two decks at German Nationals, and that's Cool Tune or Sky Striker. With where I am right now. With Sky Striker, I would be a little bit worried about some of the more combo-heavy matchups, like Elf Note or Power Patrons, maybe. But I think my chances against Cool Tune would be pretty good with Striker. So I think it's one of those two. I think Doomsy eats Sky Striker. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Is Rosewhip banned in TCG? No, that's a good point and another concern that I have. Like, if they don't do anything about that situation, then Sky Striker looks a whole lot worse. I'd assume the mass hysteria around Cool Tune is going to make it a heavy counter pick. Yeah, I mean, people will probably play counter picks to it, but I think the deck is good enough to maybe deal with that. I mean, can I do something cool with our B2B? How do I get all the way up into B2B here? I haven't used the extra normal summon yet of Rotary. Yeah, you can summon your Phonics if you want to. Sure. Go ahead. Dude, I'm not going to spend brain power on this. It doesn't matter. Oh wait, I just triggered the thing. The phonics. So it's not gonna be game, but I mean, it doesn't matter. They draw Megala, and I also, this triggers my B2B now, so it doesn't even hurt me that much. It was game, I just attacked the wrong one first. I figured out a way to find game, and then I just attacked the wrong one first, but it doesn't matter. I just bring RS back. It could matter, actually. I could lose this if I get unlucky now. I would deserve it, because I played sloppy once I thought it was one. But if they play Typhon and they go normal summon, make Typhon here, and I don't draw follow-up, then I'm in a little bit of trouble, maybe. But I mean, I've got follow-up for days. Actually, no, I can take Typhon away with Clip. Unless they play multiple because of X-Strav. All right, we'll just play until we lose, and then we'll do the other thing, the looking into the Blazing Dominion format by watching some OCG games of the new decks. Crackle winning a game? Yeah, dude, I think that was the first time my Crackle was like actually clutch. I mean, not that it really mattered. I don't think I'm losing that game anyways, but it made it easier. It just made it quicker, not actually easier. 24-hour stream? I don't know. At some point, we're gonna get destroyed by something. Uh-oh. Well, that was quick. I wonder what's better. I think Ogre is better. And then I bell whatever it summons. This way I use both of my hand traps though, but... Oh, they got quick play. Then it doesn't matter. I get cooked. Yep, no, I get cooked by that no matter what I do. No matter what I do, I get cooked by that. There's no world where I can beat that. Well, that was faster than I thought. That was faster than I thought. Oh, well. Oh, they had rotary too. Yeah, no, they were not stopped at all. Nah, dude. Droll here would make it winnable. Droll here would be crazy. If I could chain Droll to all of this, this is basically 3 searches. I mean, okay, the Rico can add from grave. Droll wouldn't stop the Rico here, but still. I mean, dude, it doesn't even matter, but I will bell here. Because I have 2, so I have 1 for next turn anyways. But... Also, Tez Mizet, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. You. No, my Maxi, dude. That could have changed everything, man. Ah, they got overtake as well. Yep. I mean, they just casually opened 4 starters. And I'm playing a hand trap deck, so yeah, I'm not winning that. How much worse you think the deck would be if Rotary didn't look? Is it still tier 1? In my opinion, no. I don't think it's good if it doesn't get info. You can win? No, I can't win. I cannot win. No matter how I do it, I can't win. I think. Now they just go remix tag out. I bell. They negate with Zalen. They pop my normal summon. Ugh. All right, well, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, quick toilet break, and then we'll do some new format looking at some feature matches and stuff like that. So I'll be right back. I'll run a quick ad so we don't get hit with it when I'm back. Hold up. All right, share stream over. Ta-da. Let's see. All right. So now one thing I wanted to do today is take a look at some OCG gameplay, because I thought last time we did that a few weeks ago after we found this one channel. I can actually hold up. I can link you the channel that we're going to look at. The link is in chat right now. Is this one. They upload a lot of OCG gameplay. I think it might be a local store over there who just films some of their locals. And I thought it would be a good place to start looking into some of the things that are about to happen with Blazing Dominion. Now, I know that the format is not exactly the same, right? Like, there's a couple of cards that are not legal for us that are legal in the OCG. Like, I mean, Maxi, of course, but like also Baron de Fleur and stuff like that. But just in general, I feel like getting an idea of some of the decks that are in the next set, I mean, if we see Elf Note being played and we see Elf Note winning all of their games with Baron, then we can still take some info away from that. That Baron is probably pretty important for the deck, and maybe we can talk about like why and why the deck is winning, or what would change if it comes to the TCG. Now, the thing is, with the newest videos, this is with Chaos Origin already. Some of this, I looked into this. I haven't watched all the videos to this extent, but I like clicked into it to see what kind of decks we're playing earlier, just to get a rough idea. But like, for example, here we have a Blitzkrieg feature match, or Blitzkrieg feature match here as well, which is something that someone earlier in chat said that you guys wanted to see, which we can also take a look at Blitzkrieg. How that plays. This is Cool Tune versus Blitzkrieg here, which is something I saw earlier. And then I scrolled down a little bit to find some feature matches before Chaos Origin, so we can get an idea. So here's the thing, right? Like, we have, hold up, this is 3 days. Dude, look how much they upload. You see how much they upload? I've scrolled all the way down. This is 3 days ago. There's so much here. It's awesome. So yeah, the link is in chat. I posted it if you want to check out some of it yourself. But I was trying to find some feature matches of like Elf Note mainly before Chaos Origin. When did Chaos Origin come out in the OCG? Chaos Origin OCG release date. April 25th. So they just got it. So in theory, if we're watching here's a feature match from like 9 days ago, that should not have Chaos Origin, correct? So here we have Elf Note versus Cool Tune. The camera angle is a little weird on that one. We can take a look at Doom Z too. I don't mind. I'm just checking what we got. We have Clowns versus White Forest. I want to see some Clowns, man. I'll open that one. I want to see some Clowns. We got Elf Note versus Cool Tune. That seems interesting. We got Doom Z versus Cool Tune. Some of these are pretty long. We can't watch all of them. I'm just opening up a couple, so we have some options. I guess we can vote if you guys want to. We can make a poll and what you guys want to see. We got the Clowns. We've got Doom Z. We've got Elf Note. I'm looking for Power Patrons. Why'd they use the Yummy Snatchy Master Duel Mate as the thumbnail for this one? Is this Power Patron? This is the Power Patron, isn't it? The one on the left here is a Power Patron, right? Versus the Ryziel. That's Power Patron. Okay, well, what the hell did I just do? What happened? Why is there 2 thingies split? I didn't even know this thing could do this. How do I undo this? Hold up. You try to fix that. Look at your tabs. Hold up. Okay, close this one. Okay, I fixed it. All right. All right, so I'll do a poll. We probably have time to watch like 2 of them. maybe one, depending on how much we yap about it. But we will simply do, so we have Power Patrons. Keep in mind that the Power Patron one would not have, of course, the TCG exclusive in it. Then we have Clowns. Can you do 2 times? These people take so long. We can speed it up a little bit. Yeah, if they play slower. Then we have Elf Note. And here we have Doomsday. Yes, those are your options. I'll leave the poll up for a minute. You guys can simply... I clicked end fold. Wait, is it running? Yeah, it's running. No, I finished. Dude, I clicked end. Let me redo it. New poll. Which one do we watch? All right, we got Doomsday, we got Elf Node, we got Clowns, and we got our patrons. Start poll. All right. View results is what I meant to click. All right, now you can vote. Now you can vote. And then we will watch 1 or 2 of these. Maybe 3. If I speed it up, and it doesn't take that long, like at 2x, we got time for 3. Maybe we'll watch all of them. I don't know how long it's going to take, but just let me know which one we should start with. Currently, Clowns is leading. Currently, it's number 1 is Clowns, number 2 is Elf Note, number 3 is Doomsday, number 4 is Power Patrons, which I assume, like the Power Patron one, as interesting as I think the deck could be, I kind of understand why we wouldn't want to watch an OCG Duel for it, because it doesn't have the TCG exclusive. Maybe for Power Patron, we'll have to do something else on some of the upcoming, on one of the upcoming streams. I want to look into the new Power Patron stuff, but yeah. They have Electromite too? Okay, yeah, if they have Electromite too, then it's very different. All right, then let's just... Okay, we start with Clowns, because that's the one that won the poll. If this doesn't take that long, then we'll do Elf Note, and then we'll do Doomsday after. Okay, well... all right, well... Let me go full screen here real quick. All right, now, if I'm not mistaken, this should be before Chaos Origin, so we should just have the Clown Clan cards from Blazing Dominion in here. But I will still open them up here on the others, on my second monitor, so we can read some of the cards, or I can read some of the cards and tell you what they do. All right, let's begin. And this is, I'll do it 1.5 speed for now. They have not started yet. It also is against White Forest, so there's a chance that like 50 minutes of this video is just White Forest combo. That's true. Okay, we start with, hold up. This is, I think, their best starter. Tribute a monster from hand or field, add a Clown Crew, Bianca Viso or Clown Crew spell trap from deck to hand, banish this card from your grave, ritual summon a Clown Crew. Okay. Not a great tribute in Effect Veiler, but is resolving. So we get the clown himself, and we get Clown Crew Malabarisme. Is a quick play spell that gets you 2 Clown Crew monsters. All right. That gives you 2 monsters that we then probably tribute for the big clown. Now, I will also say this is one of the bigger things with these rogue decks. This is something that also bothered me with Enneacraft. Is like whenever I see them, I have to imagine like what would happen if you get drolled here, and the answer is you would lose the game on the spot, which is one of the bigger issues with Roland Lockbird as well. is that like a lot of these rogue decks just get completely obliterated by Droll and Lockbird. Even more so, like the meta decks often don't even care that much about Droll, but like the rogue decks get completely destroyed by it. So we get Exceed and Fusion, which I'm just checking the graveyard effects of these when they're tributed. The XYZ lets you set a Clown Crew spell from deck, and the Fusion lets you set a Clown Crew trap from deck. Okay, now we use the Ritual monster in hand, which adds a Clown Crew card from your deck and then discards one. So we add the trap and discard it. I can't really tell what card that is. But I think it's the one from Blazing Dominion. Yeah, this is Clown Crew New Face. This says, if this card's sent to the grave except from the field, you can place it, which is why they got it back after they discarded it. And during the standby phase, shuffle 3 Clown Crew cards from grave or banish into the deck, then draw. Dude, the resource loop for this deck is wonderful. If you tribute summon a monster, target other spell traps on the field up to the number of monsters tributed, destroy them. Okay, so this is like a recycling, draw more cards type thing. Tribute to ritual summon. Trigger the effect to set a trap. This is Clown Crew Soiree Operations, which is activate one of these effects, but you can only choose each effect once per turn. You cannot activate the effects of monsters spell from the extra deck. Special 2 Clown Crews from deck or extra deck, or add a Clown Crew monster from deck to hand. Okay, get that. Now we tribute both. For the man, boom, which is going to trigger the... That's going to trigger the one to give you the continuous spell, and the continuous spell is the one that draws you like infinite cards in end phase. Yeah, Clown Crew Matinee Operatics. During your main phase, special a Clown Crew from hand, from deck or extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions. During the end phase, you can draw 1 card for each type of monster that was tributed this turn. So we draw 2 for this. We activate the spell. We set 1. End phase, we draw what? 3? Boom. And that's it. That's the end board. That's all you do. That's all you do. Bro is reading all of them. I mean, can't really blame him. Dude, this deck is awesome, man. I need this deck. I need this deck, and I need people not to summon Vanity's Fiend, okay? Can we all promise each other to not summon Vanity's Fiend and Vanity's Ruler? I won't do it if you don't do it. Stand by, shuffle everything back, draw a card. Wonderful. More draws. Love that for us. Boom. All right. All right, let's see it. Cringe Forest. Hollowed Azamina. Madge, don't call it that. I didn't give it that's its name. I didn't give it the name. Okay, so we're gonna activate the trap, which is gonna give us. So here's the thing, right? One of the cool things about the Clown Crew monsters is that all of them have 2 different graveyard effects, where if you tribute them on your own turn, you can like search more cards, but if you tribute them on your opponent's turn, or in general, it doesn't matter when you tribute them, but usually it makes sense to do it on your opponent's turn. Each of them, when it's tributed, can shuffle away everything your opponent controls with the same type. So like if you tribute the fusion monster, you can shuffle all of the fusions back. So depending on the matchup, you can oh, they got one. Dude, they got Bell for that. That's crazy though. Bell is good here. If you play against a synchro deck, you can just summon the synchro on your opponent's turn, tribute it, and then shuffle all the synchros. Do they have another Sinful Spoil to resolve the Hollowed? Summon Fusion and Synchro, which is good against White Forest. No Sinful Spoil in hand. So can't resolve Hollowed. I forgot even, because I remember all of these cards from reading them for the first time, but I forgot what the second wave gave this deck, or will give this deck, I suppose, because even from that perspective, I can also see in the Clown Crew player's hand, I can see that they play like a mix of board breakers and hand traps, because I'm seeing Effect Veiler, Bell, but I also saw Super Poly, which I guess is good against Cool Tune. The Super Poly. I think like, because that's like the traditional way to, I mean, the first thing that people said when Clown Crew came out was like, oh, you just tribute summon Floodgates. But I'm gonna be honest with you, in game states like this, I don't think you need to summon Floodgates to win the game. I think it's as much like the reason why I wouldn't play Vanity's Ruler in this deck is not because it's cringe, which it absolutely is cringe, but the reason I wouldn't play it is because I don't think it's optimal. I don't think it's good. I don't think it helps you win going second, and I think that's what matters. What do you think of Pure Mitsu for Blazing Dominion format? I think it's playable. For us, it's a little bit harder because we do not have the new Demise Ritual, and we also don't have Herald of the Arclight in the extra deck, but I still think it's a good deck if, yeah, like you still play Dominus Spark, Dominus Impulse, Fedralis Harmonia, it's fine. Bro is popping off. Summon 2 more. Wait, you can tribute 4 for this. Wait, hold up. You're gonna draw 4 more right now? No. But the thing is, like, right now, if you tribute right now, you're not going to bounce anything with the extra deck monsters, right? Because there's main deck monsters on the field. Strange how they don't seem to talk at all. I think they are talking. Zaborg! Okay, that is cringe. That is a little cringe. Oh my god, don't put Zaborg. No! No, don't do that! Wait, how did we book? Oh, book is the grave effect of the ritual monster, right? Yeah. The ritual can book. So you're sending 8 cards away from the White Forest extra deck? Well, that's good. Bro, 8 is so many, dude. Clowns are officially cringe. It's so over. Dude, I don't... this is not a clown problem. This is a Zaborg problem. Zaborg is the card that should not have been made. I don't even think it's correct to send the Azaminas to grave because of Hollowed. Yeah, they realize it right now. It's not actually good to send the Azaminas. No, not the shrimp! What has the shrimp done to you? But White Forest is the cringe deck, sure. Dude, the amount of gameplay that's happening right now is still twice as much as what would have happened if White Forest had gone first. This is Zaborg's fault. We blame Zaborg for this. The crazy graveyard. So this is the spell that summons the Diabell. They probably ashed that. Yep. Is this 2 times speed? Nah, it's 1.5. And the card that I think it's funny that the card that forces them to concede is still the Ash Blossom, dude. I don't know, dude. We're not gonna go over this again. They probably had 5 hand traps in hand. No, I think the Ash was the last one they had. Dude, there's a lot of hand traps in that deck, to be fair. There's Nip, there's Bell, there's Charmies, there's Gamma. I saw Fedralis as well. What is this side decking technique? Yeah, let's Super Poly seems weird with so many actual hand traps. I think it's because against Cool Tune, like the hand traps just don't consistently stop. Right? Bros are even hand shuffling while side decking. Man, they're Yu-Gi-Oh players, man. What are you gonna do? It's the law. We don't make the rules. Sylvie, no droll. Normal Sylvie. Add Tails. Then Tails for LZ. That's gonna reset itself. I guess the good news for the clown player here is that they had to... Oh, they drew driver. That's not the good news. The good news is they started with the field spell. So that means no Azamina. But they have... I think their hand is like driver, Zaborg. They kept Zaborg going second, which is kind of crazy. Double Zaborg, I think. I think it's double Zaborg, driver, Fuwa, and prep. Looks like Fuwa is resolving at least. Oh, no, never mind. Yep. Bro thought about that for a good 30 seconds. Which is awesome. Respectfully, 2-point speed. White Force trap. Does the White Force field spell only lock you from extra deck? Can they still do like the Diabel Star as well as Diabel's? Oh wait, what is this technology? Oh, whoa, what? Ah? I saw those cards in the extra deck. I thought they were just for Fallen into Virtuous. Bro was not happy with the amount of synchros that he was summoning per turn. 14 was not enough. Needed to bump those numbers. Oh yeah, right. There was a Mirror Jade in the extra. True. We have some droll save lines with the White Albaz. Oh yeah, I'm so happy for you. Their own fault for getting their Fuwa negated, to be honest. They did it to themselves. Should not have done that. Punisher. All right. Well then, 5 cards to deal with that. Bailiff for turn. Goodbye. Well played. I like how you activated that called by. Activate the ritual. Search. I believe that's the quick play that summons 2. We have to discard 1. They have Gamma. Oh, do not roll. Oh, they do Driver again. Holy. They're keeping in. Dude, they're keeping in Gamma going first. That's how bad roll problem is, I suppose. So this is the spell that can tribute 1 on activation to search 2. Activate, summon 2. I hate White Force as much as the next dude, but goddamn, we're not gonna act like this Clown Crew dude didn't go Zaborg. Yeah, the difference is, which apparently is incredibly hard to understand. So let me break it down for you real quick. I can speak slower if I have to. You can let me know in the middle if it's too quick. Zaborg is not a Clown Crew card. The White Forest deck is made to do this inherently, and the problem with the Clown Crew deck is not the Clown Crew deck. It's Zaborg. Zaborg is a card that is 12 years old or 13 years old and should have never been made. All right? That's the difference. If that's so hard to grasp. Spoken like a runic duelist. You guys are not going to like what I'm about to say, but runic is the same thing. I still think to this day, and I will die on this hill, that if you thought runic was the problem, I thought it was stupid. I've made my peace with it. I've accepted the fact that people hate runic. It's whatever. I don't care. But I think it's dumb. I think the runic cards are completely fine, which is absolutely apparent right now because nothing is happening with the runic cards. And floodgates are still around. There's other stun decks, but the runic cards were never the problem. Like, you literally, this is their end board. This is what Clown Crew does. All right, their turn is done, and you're gonna freaking tell me that this is the problem, that this deck exists because Zaborg is a card that they can play and potentially draw into. I think it's a very weird argument to make. Ooh, that seems good. That seems like a good card against the clowns. So we're just gonna summon a couple of bodies. Is the difference between an exploitable archetype and a poorly designed archetype? That's a good way to put it. Yes, there are archetypes out there that have more synergies with floodgates than others, which is true. This is the case with Runic. It's also the case with Clown Crew. But there's also a lot of fun ways to play those decks. And often, funnily enough, the optimal way to play the decks often is the way without the floodgates, which was also the case with Runic. The good Runic decks were never the Runic stun decks. And the problem with those strategies is the floodgates existing. And then there's decks on the other side which are just designed to be miserable, which is in my opinion, this is of course subjective, the combo slop decks that are like White Forest, Azamina, whatever, right? Like, or Mermail Atlantean these days, or like those decks I have a much bigger issue with. But it's subjective, you know. I've made my peace with it. People hate Runics, people will hate Clown Crew. I don't care anymore. You think this deck can perform in Nationals with no Floodgate? I'd have to try it. Honestly, I was expecting the deck to not do anything before the new support. What they're doing in this game looks kind of good, but they also went first against White Forest. The problem, I think, the problem is that it's a hand trap deck, and I don't think that that's the best thing to do for Cool Tune format in general. Oh look, Droll Lockbird. Dude, Clown Crew is so toxic, man. I can't believe they would just draw Droll Lockbird, which is a card that's not even part of the archetype and has nothing to do with the archetype itself. Almost like Zaborg the Mega Monarch. I can't believe Clown Crew would do this. I can't believe it. How could they activate Droll Lockbird, man? Clown Crew is so cringe. That's crazy. It's almost like going first and doing your thing and then having non-engine on top of it. That is turn ending like Droll Lockbird is kind of good in general. But no, I think I'm gonna hate Clown Crew for this. Oh, they got Ash too. I hate Clown Crew. Isn't this event post-banless with Droll at 1? It might be. They might be extra frustrated right now. But yeah, because the Droll might be limited for them. The Ash is also semi-limited. What deck did you play during Snake Eyes format? I played different decks during Snake Eyes format. I played at German Nationals, I played Melodious. At the European Championship, I played Runic White Forest. And at YCS Bologna, I played Fiendsmith. Wait, how did they flip their thing back up? What happened? He tributed with the trap engraved. Oh, hold up. Let me check what that is. Which trap? Are you sure it's a trap? Soiree. Activate one of these effects. Special summon, add a Clown Crew. You can banish this card from your grave immediately after this effect resolves. Tribute summon a Clown Crew. Ah, okay. I see. I missed that effect when I read it earlier. right. And yeah, all right, they win. I mean, all this tells me so far is that if the deck goes first and doesn't get rolled, it can win. Which is true for about 99.9% of Yu-Gi-Oh decks these days. That does not guarantee that the deck is going to be playable. Because that is something that, I mean, that's basically the bare minimum. The bare minimum is here. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of hope for the clowns, but it's not a guarantee yet, because to be fair, they basically full comboed both times, and they had good non-engine on top of it, which, I mean, you're supposed to have good non-engine in Clown Crew because you draw cards, right? It's the kind of deck that, like, you know, the board, you have a little bit lower ceiling, but you draw some cards in exchange, so you're supposed to have some hand traps behind it. That's what's expected, at least. I mean, I guess unless you get really unlucky, but so going first, it seems to be pretty good. But I think against Droll and Lockbird, you're not gonna have a chance. So this is one of my bigger issues, because in TCG, at least the way I'm looking at it right now, post Blazing Dominion format, we're looking at Cool Tune, we're looking at maybe some Mitsurugi, we're looking at maybe some Vanquish Soul K9 still. We're looking at Elf Notes, Doomsy, maybe Power Patrons, right? Like those decks are like what's to be expected, and I think Roland Lockbird is probably almost certainly like a card that a lot of people are going to main deck for that format. So I don't know how I feel about playing a deck that's so weak into Roland Lockbird. It's the same kind of thing, the same problem that I have with Sky Striker as well. Draco Tail, I think Draco Tail is going to fall off pretty heavily after Blazing Dominion. It's still playable on paper, technically, but I think it has a pretty tough time into some of these decks that I just mentioned, and it doesn't get to play Hydraulis Harmonia, which is a card that's pretty strong, and a lot of these decks that I just mentioned can play that card, including Clowns, actually. Clowns can play that card too. So yeah, not sure how smart it is to play a deck like Sky Striker or Clowns that are so bad into Roland Lockbird. Oh, we'll see about that. All right. We probably have time for one more. I think the second most voted in the poll was Doom Z. So let's take a look at some Doom Z gameplay here, going up against everyone's favorite, Cool Tune. Speed it up a little bit. Actually, there seems to be better if I go over here. 5. No, what was the other dice? Well, I don't know. Six sleeves on the left. Dude, I was thinking 6 sleeves on the right. The Dominus Impulse sleeves, they go kind of hard. The ones on the left are okay, but they have no, like... They're just... No card on it. I like the ones with cards on it. Okay, it looks like we see Doomsy going first here, which is good. Oh, actually, I want to look at the Doomsy cards while they play, because otherwise I might not understand what's going on. Hold up, Doomsy. I know we've looked at a Doomsy feature already, but still, I need a reminder on some of these cards. Okay, this is Doomsy Raiders. This card's already out. This is from Doom of Dimensions. Which says destroy a Doomsy card in hand or field and add or special a Doomsy. It's like a barrage. Not barrage, diagram. So we summon the level 4 and we pop. Does this thing do anything when it's popped? Doomsy change. If this card is destroyed, add a Doomsy card from grave to your hand. Oh, well, we didn't have anything yet. Are they playing the Master Duel music in the background at their local? I think so. All right, overlay the 2 level 4s into Deactorus, the rank 4. If this card is special summoned, you can destroy a Doomsy card in your hand or face-up field. then you can destroy a monster on the field. If this card is destroyed, I think you just rank this up into the new one, right? Yeah. This one is supposed to rank up into the new Graflario, which is... You can detach a material to add a Doomsday spell trap from your deck to your hand, then you can destroy a card on the field. And if it's destroyed, it specials a non-XYZ Doomsday from deck. They added Doomsday Command Adrastea, which is a new card from Blazing Dominion, and they belled that. That's the Reborn, I think. You can destroy the equipped monster if you do special summon one other Doomsday from hand, grave, or banishment. If this card's in your grave, target a monster, equip this card to it. Yeah. So we're denying the Reborn here with Bell. Is that a good choke point? We have the Drastea in hand, which lets you target a Doomsday card, destroy it, special summon it from hand, and equip any equip spell to it, which is going to be the Doomdurg. This one is brought back because the XYZ was destroyed. Doomdurg is once per turn quick effect. Activate this effect, destroy one other face-up card you control. Also for the rest of this turn, this card gains attack equal to its own level. Okay. Now we have another copy of Change that we added back earlier from the grave, I believe. Destroy a Doomsday card, hand, deck, or field. Destroy the Power Patron. Springans! Oh, does it search Regulus? Dark ass. Search Regulus. Ah, because that's a machine. I love me some Omni Negates. Pass though. Okay, you know what? You know what? For just getting hit with one bell and essentially investing your entire hand, this seems like a reasonable end board. Nothing outrageous. I mean, maybe they just got unlucky. I can't really judge that because I don't know the deck well enough, or I don't know if they like played it well or what. But that feels like that almost feels reasonable, dare I say it. Read the trap, clueless. Oh, hold up. Doomsday Destruction. Is that the one? Target a Doomsday XYZ you control, equip this card to it. Cards cannot be added from main deck to your opponent's hand except by drawing them. Yeah, all right. Now that's not reasonable. But they don't have a Doomsday XYZ monster. They can get one probably. Does the Drastea also like do the rank up thing? While this card is equipped with an equipped card, quick effect, special wind machine. Yeah, okay, so they're gonna rank up the Drastea into something. So if they're playing Cool Tune, not being able to add is certainly a problem. It's an Omni, a Monster Negate, and a Droll. Okay, where's the Monster Negate coming from? Is that the one that Drastea ranks up into? What does Drastea rank up into? It ranks up into Drastrius, right? The Drastrius is a rank 8. Hold up, let's read it together. This is this one, right? The first time this card will be destroyed by a battle or card effect, each turn is not destroyed. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If it's Exceed, summoned, equip another face-up monster. Oh, equip on summon. Okay, that's why I assume that's why they're saving the rank up. They didn't do the rank up immediately. They're saving it so they can get the removal effect. When your opponent activates a monster effect on field or grave, quick effect, detach your material from this card, negate the effect. Then you can equip a face-up monster. You're okay. I mean, essentially, you need Q to play into this, but even Q won't do it because they have removal. So they remove your bodies. I don't know if Cooltune can do this. Unless they're on board breakers. Is there any... What kind of board breaker would be good against this? I guess Dark Ruler would cook it. Droplet could cook it, right? Because the key thing here is that they don't have a Doom Z XYZ, right? So if you negate this card, if you stop this card from ranking up, you also don't get to use the trap card. Am I seeing that correctly? Do they have another way of getting a... Do they have another way of getting an Exceed onto the field right now? Does Cooltune play Droplet? Usually not, no. Super Poly, there's a Super Poly target for 2 machines, right? Or maybe multiple machines, right? You can just Super Poly... Can you Super Poly multiple machines or only 2? Oh, they drew Fedralis for turn. They negate that. Gotta negate that. Yep. That could have made it diff. Yeah, okay, we scooped that. Ay. All right, well that was not an awesome game, I suppose. How good, for all the people that have already looked into Doom Z, how good are like the Fualos compromises or Droll lines? Like how big of a problem are those cards? Activate Rotary. Rico effect. Did they use effect? Maybe play around Droll by not using it? Yeah, they didn't use it. Played around Droll. Very good into Fuva. You give 2 draws. Some hands can play through Droll. Okay. Sounds promising. How do I learn meta decks to know when to Ash, when to interrupt, etc.? Ooh, I got 2 pair. That's a strong poker hand. I think it's the best if you play the deck yourself, even if it's just for a little bit. I think that's the best way to learn how to play against deck. Are you gonna pick up Doom Z? I'll look into it and see if it's worth, or if it's an option. Oh, Pot of Desires. Do you guys look at your banishes for desires first, or do you guys draw your cards first? Draw first and look. I usually look at the banishes first, because like the way I do it is usually activate desires, banish 10 for cost, wait for my opponent to respond, and while they say okay or while they think about it, I look at the banishes already. What the hell is this line? Did we just spend an Ash and a Veiler? Why didn't we search for Q to normal summon Q? Now we normal summon Q, okay. I mean, I guess we... But like... I guess we wanted Zalen already. Rico can still add. Flip. Make remix. I don't think you want them to draw Fuba here, unironically. I think you banish. Okay, they give them a Fuba. Fuba bottom, okay. They drew Infirm, I think. Rosewhip would have ended this on the spot. The Rosewhip is Rosewhip legal in OCG still? Or did they also get rid of it? I think they still have it theoretically, right? I mean, who am I? Who am I? Of course they still have it. It's OCG. Of course they. Oh, the Varudras. Dude, I think that's the first time I've seen an extra deck rip, and it was more cringe for the person that was being extra deck ripped because it revealed that they're playing Varudras, which is more cringe than playing an extra deck rip. Ah, lost. Warning in open game state. Warning. Yeah, bro, have fun playing through Ash and Warning. Yeah. Man. Dude, it was double warning. Bro, you had double warning in Ash. Just tell your opponent. Just tell your opponent, bro. Just you know what? Let's just go next, man. Bro had 2 warning in Ash. Ay. I love when non-engine just negates every starter in existence. Oh, now they have warning on the other side. And shifter. Oh my god, it's wonderful. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh game, ladies and gentlemen. Aha, bye. Bye. Delta? Okay. Alright, here's my response to your shifter. I'm gonna try to negate every starter you have to make sure we both don't play the game. But joke's on you, I have another starter. Rastea, Pop, Diamalthe. Get Doomdirk equipped. Set, pass. Alright, well, Shifter is active, we have Solemn Warning, and we have Rastea. I don't know how much follow-up they have, though. I think the quick play spell is once per turn. So that is some sort of follow-up. Zyman, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. What kind of interruption do you think is healthy for the game? Obviously, just Omni Negates are boring and not great. I like every form of removal. I think removal is awesome. Popping, banishing, flipping face down. Even like pushing into the spell trap zone. I don't really care. I think removal is the most fun way to play the game. What about bouncing cards? It's fine too, yeah. Targeting stuff is cool because it makes stuff that avoids it fun. Yeah, I think like you can, I think it's there's a lot of balancing you can do with removal, because sometimes you make it target, sometimes you make it not target. And I also think like if they want to make a negation, I would prefer if it was a targeted negation, so you have ways to dodge it somehow. Like, because that's the thing, right? If there's a lot of removal in the game, then you can dodge targeted negation easier, right? Like it's much easier to dodge an imperm if there's a lot of removal in your deck, rather than if your non-engine is also just like Ash Bell, Imperm Veiler, you can't dodge your opponent's Ash Bell, Imperm Veiler, and so on and so forth, right? What do you think about taking control is also cool. I think like literally I find almost every single Yu-Gi-Oh card cool as long as it doesn't say negate or your opponent cannot. Or every card that goes to the grave is banished instead. Like if you just don't do those things, then usually the cards are fine. What about burn for 8,000? Yeah, of course there's loopholes, of course. And also, like with every other thing, if something does something a little bit too well, like if a card just for no reason says destroy like all cards your opponent controls instead of destroy one card or something, then of course they can still be too powerful, but yeah. Josh likes Kashtira zone block confirmed. I'm pretty sure I said cards that say your opponent cannot, and zone lock is kind of that, right? Your opponent can't use that zone. But yeah, you guys are trying to like just twist my word. It's whatever, you know what I mean. Malice only has removal banish, still hate? Yes, because it was way too powerful and way too explosive and did way too much. I thought about making a video where we basically rank every single form of interaction in Yu-Gi-Oh, and we like sort them into categories of like this is broken, this is fine, this is toxic, this is fun, and so on. Like I thought about I need to prepare it, but I want to do that. Oh, it can't be targeted, it seems. So we ash it instead. Can't imperm it, so we ash it. Yeah, the lance, the Doom Dirk as material means it can't be targeted. Is this is just incorrect, right? They should not warning clip. They should warning whatever clip summons, right? Because the way clip is worded, you can warning the thing that it summons if it's chain link 1, right? Because it says, I'm pretty sure it says immediately after it resolves, right? Let me double check this real quick before I'm making things up. So clip, I think it was the same thing with like IP Masquerena. Yeah, special summon this card, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon, which means that if clip is chain link 1, you can actually warning the synchro monster. So that way you would still you would get rid of 2 cards instead of just 1. And then the next thing you might say is like, oh, but then they get the graveyard effects, and that's also not true, because the cool tune cards say if this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, which funnily enough, once again, it's been a while, but remember, like, I think that means if the summon is negated, the card is not treated as being sent to grave as synchro material, because the synchro summon didn't happen. So let's say they synchro away Clip and Rico to try and make RS. If you warning that RS, they cannot use the graveyard effects. So in this instance, I don't see a reason for the Doom Z player to warning the Clip in hand. They could have just gotten more cards away. Unless, I mean, there's an imperm set in the column of the warning, but they can't activate that right now. So, like, you don't have to play around that either. Oh, they're popping with the continuous. Bell the revive. Imperm that. That seems like a good draw, because that's another level 4 normal summon that can turn into a rank 4. Now, the thing is, I don't know how impactful a rank 4 is when you've already made the rank 5, but I guess they can still go for the Therion stuff, right? What do we think of Doom Z? It's impossible to say off of just these couple of games, but it seems all right. Doom Z feels like modern Unchained without Caesar. Yeah, but I would trade. I would rather play against Caesar than the Doom Z trap, to be fair. That part I'm not sure how I feel about. The rest of the deck I actually think is quite fun and well designed. I think a lot of the Doom Z interactions that I've seen are quite cool. Search the Doom Z power patron. How much does the new TCG exclusive help Doom Z? Do they even play it in Doom Z? It's a level 4. Probably not. Okay. It seems like it's not game from this position. They're just attacking with both. Looks like we're just going... Are we just going... Stargas Pass? No, we're doing Drastrius. Pop the Power Patron Search. Can they really not game from this position? Do they triple sleeve in OCG? Sometimes, yeah. But the double sleeves that they've been using in the OCG, or that I've seen in the OCG, are usually also a little thicker than TCG, or like the ones that I use. So it might just be double sleeve. Wait, this is it? Almost summon Rico. I assume on res we're gonna throw some removal at this. Yeah, Drastea. Make Drastrius. Equip the Rico. Now, do they have another... Can they normal summon with Rotary? Yeah, dude, how was the game with Shifter and like 4 hand traps and a solemn warning the best one we've seen so far? I guess because they didn't have follow-up to kill them immediately. Yeah, Rotary Reveal mix. Oh. Well, I feel like they threw. Hold up. Yeah, they threw a little bit because they had Mix and Rico in hand, right? They had Mix and Rico, and they started with Rico, add Rotary. They should have gone Mix, add Rotary. If they then take the Mix, they can just go Rotary, normal summon Rico, and not use the effect, right? Because this rank 8 only takes the material, like only attaches when they activate an effect, correct? We reread it a second ago, right? When your opponent activates a monster effect on field or grave, detach a material, negate the effect, then you can equip. Yeah. So what they could have done, if they just did it the other way around, they would have had Rotary and Rico in hand. They can just go extra normal Rico, make Track Maker. Does that win? Track Maker, because then Track Maker gets equipped. Do the thing. On summon it equips, yeah, but they would equip the Mix on. They would normal summon Mix. That's what would get equipped. Then they still have Rotary and Rico in hand. I guess you can chain block. Yeah, but this one responds to effects on field or grave, so you can't chain block Track Maker with like the thing. But Rotary Search, no, they didn't have anything in hand. That's why I'm wondering if it's even good enough. Because they would only have one Track Maker search, but they would have no more normal summon. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be enough. It probably wouldn't be enough. Either way. No. Unless they play Typhon. But I'm not sure if the other player even summoned from the extra deck twice on the previous turn. But if they played Typhon, they could have maybe done something. But all right. Yeah, you're probably not winning this because also like Doomsy has the continuous spell on the field for almost guaranteed follow-up. So it's probably a win either way for Doomsy. Track Maker search JJ. Normal the other one. No, you don't have another one. You don't have another one. Also, if JJ summons Q, it doesn't summon because Q is only on normal summon. If you're playing hand traps, does it make sense to hold both Ash and Bell for turn 2 versus Cool Tune since they usually play through them so well on their turn? It can make sense, but the thing you have to ask yourself is like if you're not using Ash or Bell, it's saying like, okay, I think they have an extender, right? I don't want to risk them having an extender. And if they have if they have normal summon and extender, realistically, if you let them full combo, they have no problem dealing with Ash and Bell because they will know that they're there. So they can basically plan around it. And if they have 2 starters / extenders, then they're always going to, you know, have a way to deal with it. So ultimately, as much as I like the idea of hand traps having choke points, as with so many other modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, Cool Tune is so good at dealing with these cards that most of the time the ideal way to do it is just Ash the first thing and hope it works. Because I just don't believe that it works consistently enough if you hold Ash for a choke point against Cool Tune, for example. I mean, it's not just Cool Tune. It's a lot of decks that work like that these days. But yeah. Okay. Well, that was insightful for Cool Tune. I really liked seeing clowns in action for the first time. I mean, I've read the cards and I liked the concept behind it, but seeing it play was quite interesting. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the stream for today. I'm not sure. I know I'm going to be live on Saturday and Sunday this week because of the Austrian nationals. I wanted to watch party that together. So there's going to be guaranteed streams on Saturday and Sunday. I'm not sure. I might be taking tomorrow and Friday off because of it. Because yeah, otherwise my week is relatively busy. So I kind of need like a day or 2 off before the weekend because I'm going to be live long on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah. Give it 3 minutes, Josh. I smell a ban list. I mean, sure, okay. I guess we can yap for 2 minutes just in case there's a ban list at 6 p.m. But I really don't know how likely it is that we get one. I mean, I really hope we can get one because I really don't want to deal with Rose Whip at Nationals. But I mean, who knows? Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's 2 minutes. We can wait 2 minutes. We should have a points list today. Oh, should we? Have they announced? I've been a little bit behind on Genesis updates. The points list is tomorrow. Okay. I wanna check in with Genesis at some point in the next couple of weeks, maybe. I don't know. I'll probably be busy with nationals prep and everything, but it's been a while since I've played Genesis and I kind of miss it. I believe they said they were gonna do points for the Blazing Dominion cards today or tomorrow. Okay. Why did you go Fuwa but not Perulia? I'm thinking on going a similar way in Radiant Typhoon. Well, I went Fuwa because Fuwa is good against the problematic matchups, like all the combo, yummy, Dragoon stuff, and I don't think Perulia is that good against those. What Rotom appliance would you buy for the house? I think the coolest Rotom is Rotom Wash. All right, it's 6 p.m. Nothing's happening here. Nothing is happening. Well, the last post is 23 hours ago. Is it actually, would it be 6 p.m.? Or would it be 7 p.m. now because of the time shift that happened? Dude, I need this playmat. I need this. I need this. Oh well. let go. The ban list will be at Columbus. Oh yeah, they could be at Columbus if they want to do a YCS reveal again. I don't know, dude. I don't think it's happening today, but if it is, then I'll probably be back live at some point. So if the ban list drops, then you know where to go. We'll be live shortly after if it happens, but we'll see. I don't know. It's on the one hand, some people are saying like it's only 2 months, like or at this point it's 3 months ago, the last ban list, right? It was they announced it end of January. It was in effect at the start of February, which is like 3 months ago at this point almost, because we almost have May. So I think it's not completely unreasonable to expect one, but I think it's also not completely unreasonable if they just don't make one. It's more so that I want one to happen, because I think there is a couple of things in the format that could improve, as always. So the more ban lists they make, the better. So I'm hoping they do one, but we have no idea. All right. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will see you all probably on Saturday. If there is a stream happening before then, I will let you know on the Discord. But I'm no guarantee for streams tomorrow or on Friday, because it's been a busy week and it's going to be a busy weekend. So I'll see you at the latest on Saturday. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your week. Thank you all so much for watching.